Chapter 765. In the depths of the mountains, apes cried and tigers roared. Strange beasts ran amok and all kinds of fierce birds circled in the sky. Some were like dragons but had wings, some were like divine phoenixes but had scarlet scales. It was a prehistoric scene. This was the dwelling place of the barbarian tribe, hidden in the depths of a large mountain range. The creatures they faced were all extremely terrifying and powerful, and because of this, they were able to train their physique to the point of being able to fight. So fragrant, Li Tian sniffed. There was a pung bird on the bonfire. Without its golden feathers, it was still over 20 meters long. It was caught by Dongfang Yi. At this moment, it was divided into hundreds of portions. Many children and elders gathered around different bonfires to enjoy the pung meat. The golden divine feathers were flowing with brilliance and contained a terrifying power. This proved how powerful this bird was when it was alive, but now, it had become a meal on a plate. Oil dripped down and fell on the bonfire, creating sizzling sounds. The fragrant barbecued meat was especially tempting. After adding salt and other seasonings, it was golden and glossy, and the fragrance became even stronger. Some elders of the barbarian tribe opened a few jars of old wine. The smell of pung meat mixed with the fragrance of wine made them drool. Yi Fan and some elders of the barbarian tribe sat together to discuss the important matter of sending troops to northern plains. Both sides were chatting happily as they ate and drank big bowls of wine. Occasionally, when an old man of the barbarian tribe drank to his heart's content, he would tear the meat on the grill with one hand and wave a big stick with the other, shouting that he would trample all the little rats of the Wang family to death and beat all the yolk out of those bastards. I say, brother, did you grow up eating these wild animals? Truly better than immortals. Li Tian tore off a large piece of golden and glossy pung meat and drank a mouthful of old wine. He was so happy that he almost floated in the air. This pung meat is not often eaten. Think about how hard it is to fight. Although it is a strange bird that doesn't walk the path of transformation, it is still comparable to a great expert. Normally, people don't provoke it. Dongfeng Man said. This pung meat is really delicious. I can't wait to stay in your tribe. Li Tian wiped his mouth. In the distance, the fifth granduncle in the ancient village was drinking with a group of old men in the tribe. He smiled and said, Manor has been thinking about rock meat since he was young. When he was 5 years old, he climbed a cliff to dig out rock eggs and was almost trapped in his nest by an adult rock. Luckily we followed him. What a blissful childhood, raiding a peng's nest at such a young age. This truly isn't a normal experience. Li Tian was envious, feeling that this was too fierce. My brother likes to catch dragons, Dongfeng Man said. We used to have a lot of deep pools, and he started to go there when he was very young. When he was a teenager, he often went to the pool to catch dragons. What kind of people are these? Digging out a rock's nest and going into a deep pool to catch a wild dragon? Why do I feel like it's as easy as catching a sparrow or catching a loach? You guys were too abnormal when you were young. Li Tian couldn't help but be convinced. Ao. Not far away, a group of 8 or 9-year-old wild children came whistling over, pulling vines from one cliff to another, more vigorous than monkeys. There's rock meat to eat. Oh, there's also dragon meat. This is too great. The group of children were as if they were flying, climbing rocks and leaping trees, quickly arriving in front of them. Ow! A loud roar shook the mountains as a huge monster flew across the sky, casting a large shadow on the ground. That was a terrifying existence like an azure dragon, but it had a pair of wings covered densely with scales, each of which could cover a mountain. What kind of monster is this? It's too terrifying. Li Tian almost threw the old wine in his hand to the ground. Such a terrifying aura. How many people in the present age can fight against this creature? Yan Yishi was also horrified. Even Yi Fan's expression changed as he stared at the sky in a daze. Although this place was the same as the prehistoric times, with all kinds of strange ancient birds and beasts, this one was too powerful, causing even him to feel a bit scared. Don't worry, I'm a guardian beast of my barbarian tribe. I was raised by the previous chief himself. Although it wasn't a true azure dragon, the blood of the azure dragon flowed in its body. It had lived for 3,900 years, and with a single roar, 10,000 mountains would tremble. Time was merciless. The old chief had already passed away 2,000 years ago, but this strange beast was still alive and vigorous, showing no signs of aging. This is truly a guardian god. A living legend. Damn it, That grandson Yin Tianda dares to chase us here. The azure dragon will bite him to death. Li Tian said. He began to look around, wanting to see if there were any other strange beasts. This ancient tribe was too mysterious to actually have such a terrifying guardian god. If he brought it to the northern plains, wouldn't he be able to sweep through a large area? Dongfeng Man laughed in a simple and honest manner. Are you looking for a guardian beast? There's another one over there. He pointed to a pond in front of them. There was a black and swarthy boulder that was at least a few feet long. At this time, a few strong barbarian men carried a large iron basin over, inside of which was a lot of roasted pang meat, emitting a strong fragrance. A black tortoise. Yi Fan was astonished. This was a terrifying black tortoise with a dragon head and a black shell on its back. After smelling the fragrance of the meat, it poked its head out and began to chew on the meat. Such a big tortoise. It's really rare. Is it really a guardian god? A demon tortoise that has lived for hundreds and thousands of years would also be this big. It doesn't seem like it. Li Tian was suspicious, then he whispered. This thing is so big, and its whole body is full of essence. Would it be very nutritious to eat it? Dongfeng Man whispered. Don't speak nonsense. This tortoise has been like this since it came to our tribe 2,000 years ago. After being discovered by the old chief, he ordered us to take good care of it and not neglect it. Why did he treat it like this? Even Yi Fan was interested. An old barbarian said. The old chief said that it was very similar to the legendary tortoise, the one that was raised by a chief a long time ago. It can't be, it's so strange. Yan Yishi was also moved. I'm not sure. The old chief said that it might be the descendant of that tortoise, the same race. In any case, don't hurt it. Just treat it well. Not long after, Yi Fan and the others heard a tiger's roar, and the whole forest was filled with leaves flying everywhere. A white tiger the size of a mountain flashed in the distance and disappeared. That was the other guardian beast of the barbarian tribe, raised by a senior hero who had already passed away. It had learned the breathing method of the ancient barbarian martial scripture, and had lived for 3,500 years. Unfathomable. This was Yi Fan's intuition. This ancient barbarian tribe was truly mysterious and tyrannical. No wonder the entire southern mountains was said to be their world in the ancient times. In the next few days, Yi Fan had been discussing with the barbarian elders. After all, attacking a clan of the ancients would involve too much responsibility, and there would be mountains of corpses at every turn. It was unknown how many people would die. Saint Physique, kneel and die for me. On this day, someone appeared in one of the 10 ancient cities of the southern mountains, Phoenix City, and the news spread throughout the entire southern region. Finally, someone has come? Yi Fan had once said that he would stay in the southern mountains and wait for the enemies of the world to attack him. After many days, someone had finally arrived. We're about to enter the northern plains, and you still want to fight? Yan Yishi asked. I want the whole world to focus their attention on the southern mountains, so that all the enemies will come to the southern mountains and send experts to deal with me, ignoring everything else, Yi Fan said. As they were about to invade northern plains, he wanted to draw all the enemies' attention to southern mountains. Then, he and the barbarian army would charge into northern plains and strike with lightning speed. Restrain all the enemies, let them gather their troops in the southern mountains, and then we'll transcend and attack the Wang clan. Yan Yishi nodded. Saint Physique, kneel and die. This was arrogance and ignorance to the extreme, like he had lost his mind. In the current world, as long as a grand completion immortal king didn't appear, no one would dare to humiliate Yi Fan like this. Who dared to curse like this? Even Li Tian, this evil-looking man, had a rare sinister expression on his face. He even said that he would help Yi Fan to pluck the head of this person off and use it as a chamber pot. In the southern mountains, a commotion broke out. The gazes of the people were all on Phoenix City, wanting to know who dared to be so crazy. And as expected, it was indeed someone from the Wang clan of the northern plains, Wang Chengtian. He wasn't very old, but he had already stood on the 9th minor step of the second layer of the immortal foundation realm for many years. He was the one who caused the commotion, wanting nothing more than to force Yi Fan to appear so that he could capture his soul and use the cruelest method to humiliate him to death. The leader of a clan was killed. Such humiliation was indescribable, throwing his face in front of everyone. This was even more severe than slapping everyone in the Wang clan in the face. Since ancient times, other than the dark chaos and the destruction of their sects, There had never been a saint lord who was slapped to death by others. Saint Physique, come over here on your knees. At the end, Wang Qingtian personally shouted. He wanted to humiliate Yi Fan in the largest and most flourishing Phoenix city, forcing him to show himself. He had no fear because he brought an ancient sacred weapon with him. Any enemy, even if it was a king, without a corresponding weapon, would die without a burial ground. The one surnamed Yi, are you not going to show yourself? Let me tell you then, when my clan hunted down your old friends, I once acted and killed them like stray dogs. Today, I will come to kill you. An even more overbearing voice rang out. Wang Chengtian's voice rang out through the entire Phoenix city, insulting Yi Fan's old friends. It was unknown how many major powers were paying attention to this. Since he dares to shout like this, he definitely has something he can rely on. Yan Yishi spoke. They had already arrived at Phoenix City and guessed that this time around, the Wang clan of the Northern Plains most probably came with an ancient sacred killing formation or a sacred weapon. Let's go see him and give him a pleasant surprise. The goddess furnace in Yi Fan's palm was sparkling and translucent, emitting a bewitching luster. Wang Chengtian himself was very cold and was not a person who liked to talk too much. With his hands behind his back, he was fearless. There was an ancient sacred weapon in his bosom, ready to strike at any time. I suddenly feel that killing you like this is too boring. Let's go to that ancient village. Didn't you say you wanted to protect them? Today, I will destroy everything they have in front of you. He did not give Yi Fan any time to think. He stepped onto a formation platform with the others and crossed over, disappearing from Phoenix City. Yi Fan did not hesitate and followed along with Yan Yishi and Li Tian, also crossing over and disappearing. The three of them were very expectant. If they were lucky, they might be able to obtain a sacred weapon. Phoenix City was in a state of chaos. It was unknown how many people were paying attention, but both sides had left just like that. These people quickly constructed a formation platform, all wanting to witness this extraordinary battle. Wang Chengtian and Yi Fan stood opposite each other. He coldly laughed. Is this the mountain village in the ancient mountain range ahead? I will erase it. At this moment, he launched an attack. A violet gold hammer flew up, transforming into a blazing bolt of lightning as it hacked towards Yi Fan, its might overflowing the heavens. Boom! In the surroundings, the mountains collapsed. The divine power was like the sea, directly turning the distant ancient village into ashes. This was the might of a sacred weapon. Although it was damaged, it was still boundlessly terrifying, as if the end of the world had arrived. Chapter 766. Even though the ancient holy weapon was damaged and wasn't forged from divine materials, its divine might was still unimaginable. The mountain ranges collapsed, and the entire great wastelands trembled. In the distance, all of the birds and beasts were trembling with fear. They all knelt down on the ground and prostrated themselves in this direction. The world became silent. Only here, a violet golden hammer floated in the void. With a shake, the 10,000 worlds in the heavens seemed like they were going to collapse. The indescribable and terrifying might was unstoppable at this moment. The purple ripples it produced collapsed mountains, dried up lakes, and caved-in valleys. Heaven and earth were destroyed, and all living things were destroyed. Damned bastards are here again, destroying my home and destroying my village. This is truly exterminating all of us. I cannot live under the same sky as you all. In the distant mountainous region, several barbarian elders saw this scene. Their hair and beards all stood on end. They hadn't even counterattacked the northern plains, yet the other party came knocking on their door. If they hadn't moved away long ago, they would have been massacred. The purple ripples spread. The world became quiet. Everything was destroyed. The ancient villages and mountain ranges had long since disintegrated under the aftermath. When everything calmed down, the mountains at the very front were silently annihilated. A light breeze blew past, and they fell down like paper, turning into ashes. It was precisely this damaged holy weapon that couldn't be compared to an ancient great weapon, yet it still possessed this kind of power. In front of the Wang family's people floated a head-sized violet golden hammer. Purple energy surged and multicolored light shone brilliantly. It was originally extremely exquisite, but now, a third of its surface was missing and caved in. Wang Qingtian's eyes were filled with coldness. With his hands behind his back, he stood there proudly with an indescribable coldness. He had the appearance of an otherworldly expert. However, right at that moment, his face froze and his gaze became sluggish. Immediately afterwards, he staggered back over 10 steps, his expression immediately freezing. In the back, the other people from the Wang family were also stupefied. They were incomparably shocked and all of them revealed expressions of disbelief. Right in front of them, 3 people walked out from the dissipating purple ripples. Their expressions were calm and without fear. One of the fellas spoke with a face of mockery. "Just this broken hammer of yours and you dare call it a holy weapon? Just give it to me, divine child Li Tian, and I'll use it to grind medicine." Wang Chengtian and the others were completely stunned. They knew that they were in big trouble. What had happened was far beyond their expectations. There was most likely going to be a disaster today. In Yi Fan's right palm was a fist-sized copper furnace. It was beautiful and dazzling, sparkling and translucent. The copper material possessed spirituality, translucent and glossy, flickering with light. It emitted a gentle light mist that protected the 3 of them within. Strands of the might of a saint seeped out, intimidating one's soul. It was incomparable. Flawless saint weapon. The people of the Wang family felt a chill run down their spines. Normally, they wouldn't be able to come into contact with this kind of thing at all. It was a supreme treasure left behind by the great sage in this world. The one in the family was enshrined, and it was hard to even see it from afar. Wang Chengtian's entire body was ice cold. This was the first time he felt so close to death. Against such a weapon, even if there were dozens of him, he would still die. His elder brother had once fought with Wang Chengkuan for the position of clan head, and in terms of strength, he was far superior. In this generation of the Wang clan, they were the 2 famous heroes, and no one could contend against them. However, their strength couldn't compare to their youngest son's astonishing aptitude. The young Wang Tang was favored by the old ancestor, and he fought for the position of clan head for his father. Now, Wang Chengkuan was killed, and his elder brother became the most powerful contender for the position of clan head. Their line of people requested the violet golden hammer for him, allowing him to use the might of the holy weapon to destroy the divine physique and wipe away the Wang family's humiliation. This would strengthen their faction's might, and increase the brilliance of their elder brother's position. However, in the end this was the result. The other party had a saint weapon, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice house. "You all want us to kneel to death, yet you all really dare to speak." Li Tian laughed coldly. "Don't kill us." There were people behind Wang Chengtian who were trembling under the might of the holy weapon. There was no one who didn't fear death, it was just that the degree of fear they felt was different. Wang. The void trembled. Radiance flickered in Yi Fan's hand. The goddess furnace shot out a streak of multicolored haze that was dazzling and beautiful. It immediately froze that violet golden hammer in place, and then it swept back. He held it in his hand and gently stroked it, using the goddess furnace to completely wipe away all of the divine sense imprints inside. Then he carefully observed it. What a pity. It's a damaged weapon with serious internal damage. Not only was the material of this weapon not good, but it had also consumed too much energy and overdraft the last of its life force. The divine flame contained within was about to be extinguished. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to suppress it, and it would have been even more difficult to seize it. Yan Yishi said, "The damage is severe enough. We can use the goddess furnace to suppress it, or else we really wouldn't be able to subdue a god with a saint weapon. However, there are also shortcomings. This way, it will be damaged even more, and it won't be able to be used many times in the future. No matter, it's still better than not being able to use it," Yi Fan said. The saint weapon was very terrifying, and it could only be used by subduing the god within. Otherwise, it could backfire at any time and kill the wielder. This was the reason why great powers weren't afraid even if their saint weapon was seized. It was because there was a high chance that they could take it back, and it would be difficult to use it even if it fell into the hands of the enemy. "Little bastards, consider it my loss today." Wang Chengtian saw that the saint weapon was about to completely change owners. Although it was damaged, it was still a great loss to his clan. One could imagine how sullen he was. "Ck your mother. You are still so stubborn now. I'll slice you to death later on." Li Tian spoke. He received the goddess furnace and a beam of divine light shot out. Wang Chengtian was flung through the air. The bones and meridians in his body creaked unceasingly. His sea of reincarnation shattered, his Tao palace collapsed, and his immortal foundation bled. He was crippled on the spot, losing all his cultivation. You! Wang Chengtian's entire body trembled, and all his hopes turned to dust. He bitterly cultivated for an entire lifetime, but today, it was all over. You what you? Li Tian backhanded him and slapped him to the ground. Don't kill us, we'll agree to all your conditions. The others were so scared that their souls were about to leave their bodies. They knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. I have many questions I want to ask you guys. Yi Fan smiled. They were about to invade the northern plains, and the more they understood this clan, the better. You bastards! Wang Chengtian wasn't just cursing his clansmen, he was also cursing Yi Fan's group. He wanted to continue cursing and berating them. Bang! Yi Fan descended from the sky and stomped down. Half of Wang Chengtian's face was buried into the soil, and he couldn't speak anymore. After that, he kicked him away like a dead dog. Not long later, Yi Fan obtained many valuable information from these people. In the end, he brought these people into the barbarian tribe for them to continue interrogating. The people of the tribe hated them to the core, so they naturally wouldn't use gentle methods. They almost shaved Wang Chengtian alive. They used a large stick to beat him, and not long after, he was almost smashed into pieces. When Yi Fan left, he wiped away all traces of the battlefield. He didn't want to leave behind the aura of the ancient sacred weapon because it wasn't suitable to expose it now. Not long later, those people who had finished constructing the teleportation formation rushed over from Phoenix City. However, they were all disappointed. The battle had already ended, and they didn't see anything. Woo-woo! The bugle horn sounded. The barbarian tribe was gathering their troops, preparing to slaughter their way into the northern plains. There were 2 people who came to their village to massacre them. This could be said to be going too far. All the experts were summoned. Regardless of whether they were living in groups in the mountains, cultivating alone in secret grounds, or in seclusion, all of them had to appear. This ancient bullhorn represented war. It wouldn't be blown unless it was a crucial moment. Once it was blown, there would definitely be a world-shaking battle. The entire tribe would fight, and blood would fill the land. Yi Fan felt that it was time to attack the northern plains. Many major forces were focusing their attention on southern mountains, and they were planning against them. It was the best time for them to escape now, and they would succeed in entering the northern plains. Woo-woo! The ancient bullhorn let out a long cry, shaking the mountains and valleys, echoing throughout the entire barbarian ancient land. Roar! A loud roar shook the mountains. A huge azure dragon soared through the sky, casting down a large shadow. It was extremely terrifying, and the aura it emitted made all living beings tremble. It had a pair of huge scaled wings, and every flap of its wings could cover a large mountain. One could well imagine how terrifying this overlord of the sky was. This was a dragon species personally raised by the previous tribe leader, and the blood of the azure dragon flowed within its body. There were 9 elders sitting cross-legged on its back. Their ages were very old, but they were all very wild. They wore beast skin clothes and carried wolf tooth clubs on their backs. All of them had the same appearance. These people. Yi Fan was astonished. These elders were all extremely terrifying. Every one of them was around 3,000 years old, and they were the living fossils of the tribe. Ho! On the other side, a huge white tiger roared as it galloped over from the depths of the mountain range. Every step it took could trample a cliff, and it possessed an incomparably terrifying destructive power. This was the other terrifying guardian god of the barbarians. It had already lived for more than 3,500 years. It was as tall as a mountain, and its demonic aura overflowed into the heavens. On its back were more than 30 terrifying elders. Their ages were all over 2,000 years old, and their hair was like messy grass. Even though their bodies were thin due to their age, they were all full of vigor. They carried large axes on their backs, and each of them was terrifyingly fierce. Ho! Roars sounded continuously. Savage beasts rushed over one after another, and there was an expert sitting on each of them. This was a group of barbarian experts whose seniority was slightly lower, and they didn't have the qualifications to sit on the 2 guardian gods. Their upper bodies were bare, and every one of them had copper muscles and iron bones. Their muscles were like horned dragons, and they were either riding on divine beasts or sitting on Chilean lions. All of them looked like ancient war gods. So many experts. Motherfucker, Even my human desires Tao wasn't this powerful at its peak. Li Tianji shrunk his neck, and his entire body exuded cold air. The ancient barbarian tribes were too mysterious and powerful. No wonder they dared to say that even if the undying divine dynasty bullied them, they still dared to slaughter their way over and completely overturn them. Some of these ferocious people who appeared on savage beasts are powerful. There are so many of them and they are so powerful. Xianxia felt like he was about to suffocate. Loud roars sounded. There were human figures everywhere, and all of them rose into the air. There were old and young, and all of them were incomparably wild and valiant. They held terrifying ancient weapons in their hands. This group of people didn't have mounts, but every one of them possessed terrifying magical force. The main point was that they covered the mountains and plains, and there were too many of them. Report. In the distant sky, someone rode on a fierce bird and flew into the depths of the mountain range like a bolt of lightning. He reported loudly. The forces that Wang clan left in southern mountains have entered the desolate mountains and are searching for our clansmen. They have spread the word that no matter where Dongfang Ye's village escapes to, they will hunt them down and massacre them all. An old barbarian stood up on a cliff. His hair was flying in the air as he shouted, Northern Plains Wang clan is going too far. This is the third time they have massacred our clansmen. What do you think we should do? Kill our way into Northern Plains, and destroy their clansmen with our strongest battle power. Counterattack, destroy Northern Plains Wang clan, and let the ancient war god's fury burn through Northern Plains. They want to massacre our clansmen, so we will destroy their clansmen and erase the so-called ancient clans from this world forever. The old men and women were shouting furiously, and their battle intent soared to the sky. The mountains and plains were filled with human figures, and the roars of beasts could be heard. The crowd was in high spirits, and all of them wanted to kill their way into Northern Plains. Good, today, all the experts of our clan will gather and enter Northern Plains. We will kill them all, kill them all. The old tribe leader on the cliff shouted, and countless people below responded. Kill them all, invade Northern Plains, and beat them until they bleed. Humiliating our clan, massacring our land, we can't bear it anymore, we will flatten them. Kill them all. The barbarian army's banners fluttered in the wind, and killing intent soared into the sky. All of them were in high spirits as they waved their smoke cudgels. Everyone's blood was boiling, and they couldn't wait to kill their way over. Chapter 767. First, exterminate this group of bastards who dared to massacre my tribe for the third time. Use them as a sacrifice and send troops to the Northern Plains to wipe out the Wang family. On the rocky cliff, the old chief of the barbarian tribe shouted, Kill this group of murderers who destroyed our homeland. Kill them all. Don't let a single person go, let this group of bastards never return, smash them all to pieces. The crowd was enraged. When they were about to set off, there were people who dared to enter the ancient mountain to search for their whereabouts. They chased after the people of the ancient village and threatened to exterminate them. This was an insult and provocation to the barbarian tribe. Yi Fan and Xianxia sighed inwardly. This group of people was truly courting death. They simply didn't understand how terrifying the barbarian tribe was. According to the strength they had seen, they absolutely dared to overturn any major power. They were fearless no matter who they met. Woo-woo. The ancient bull's horn rumbled like muffled thunder. The entire mountain range and ravine were shaking. Ayo! The roars of beasts pierced through the clouds and shook the vast sky. Strange beasts with dense scales soared into the sky one after another. They were extremely terrifying. Kill. Don't let a single person go. This was a terrifying scene. When these strange beasts soared into the sky, they were like black clouds that connected together and covered the sky, causing the entire desolate mountain range to tremble. The Wang family was an ancient family in the Northern Plains, one of the most prosperous powers in the world. They had arrangements in various places, and the southern mountains was naturally no exception. Especially now that they were plotting against this place. This time, Wang Chengtian used the power of the holy weapon to kill Yi Fan, and the people arranged in the southern mountains also moved at the same time to wipe out the barbarian tribe in the southern mountains. After these people joined forces and entered the mountain, they indeed killed a few barbarian youths who went out to hunt. They also threatened to massacre the ancient tribe. However, they absolutely didn't expect this tribe to be so big and so terrifying. At this moment, the sounds of killing shook the heavens. It was as if 100,000 heavenly generals and soldiers descended from the sky. Black clouds rolled and black fog covered the sky. It was as if there were countless demonic gods riding strange beasts galloping over, pressing down on the sky. How many people are there? Why are they so powerful? This is completely different from what we know. This is too terrifying. This is a group of barbarian warriors. I remember some legends. Could it be that such a terrifying tribe really exists? According to the legends, the entire southern mountains range was ruled by a group of barbarians in the ancient times. However, their inheritance was mysteriously severed in the end. Could it be that they lived in seclusion here? When the people who were surrounded thought of this, they all felt their scalps tighten and their bodies turn cold. They felt as if every pore was being filled with ice shards, and even their souls were being frozen. If that was the case, not only would they all die here, even Northern Plains Wong clan would face a great calamity. But those are just legends. They weren't recorded in any history books. How did they become true? These people were filled with terror and unwillingness. Facing the endless barbarian warriors, they began to flee. However, blood blossomed one after another, and people were continuously smashed into meat paste. Ah! Spare me! Let us go! This was a massacre. The barbarians were honest and upright. They could treat their friends with sincerity, but they were cold and merciless towards those who massacred their homeland. Pah! With a wave of the Wolf Fang Club, a head was immediately smashed open. The skull flew out and white brain matter splashed high into the air. Puh! With a sweep of the stone axe, several experts were cut in half at the waist. The blood was as wild as the Baotu Spring. Bright red steam rose into the air, and the stench of blood was pungent. This was a bloody scene that made people want to vomit. Ordinary people would not be able to witness it. Without any suspense, the people who came to massacre the ancient village for the third time were all killed. Not a single person escaped. They were completely annihilated. Woo woo! The ancient war buglehorn sounded, and the barbarian warriors returned. Many of their weapons were stained with blood, and all of them were incomparably excited. This was the bloodline passed down to them by their ancestors. The more they fought, the stronger they became. Every one of them had a trace of the ancient war god's bloodline, making them the strongest warriors in southern mountains range. There was a huge empty space in the tribe, and there was an ancient formation platform there. It had long been engraved with the marks of time, left behind by the ancient era. Every piece of huge stone used to construct this teleportation formation was very particular. Although countless years had passed, there was not a single bit of damage. At this time, there were barbarian elders setting up the coordinates, and the ancient platform began to revive, flickering with a strange light. Hexagram star formation, resonating with the stars in the sky. Not only can it travel to all parts of the world, it can even go to outer regions and enter the starry sky, Xianxia said in astonishment. There were tens of thousands of barbarian warriors, and even the sky was covered. Everyone was lined up in an orderly manner, stepping onto the ancient formation platform and entering a huge realm gate. Children, the power bestowed upon us by our ancestors can now be put to use. For the safety of our tribesmen, for the dignity of our race, we must enter Northern Plains today and fight a bloody battle. Bring out your courage, and let the entire Northern Plains tremble wherever the vanguard points. The elders of the barbarian tribe were still mobilizing their troops and stirring up everyone's courage before they set off for battle. In truth, after the small battle just now, everyone's blood was already boiling. It was the most suitable time to enter Northern Plains. In the outside world, no one knew that there was such a terrifying tribe living in seclusion in the depths of this endless primitive mountain range, and they would not know that they were going on an expedition today. Even though it was so noisy here, the human and demonic races still could not sense it. A terrifying army that could shake the entire 5 regions had set off. Team after team of people stepped onto the ancient battle platform and disappeared from the barbarian tribe. None of them spoke, but their blood was boiling. They were incomparably excited as they prepared for an earth-shattering battle. This was the barbarian race, natural warriors who had grown up in the forests and faced all kinds of ferocious birds and beasts. They were already used to blood and life and death. At this time, not a single one of them was afraid. Yifan could not help but sigh. This kind of courage was hard to come by in a bustling city or a peaceful field. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why the barbarian ancestors wanted them to hide in the great wilderness. Is there no one left to guard the tribe? Yi Fan asked. It was better to be safe than sorry. If someone really came here during this period of time, it would not be good. Don't worry, we have enough strength to adapt, an old barbarian warrior said. He inadvertently glanced at the black tortoise by the pond not far away. It was motionless, like a black rock. The vast northern plains was vast and boundless. This was a boundless grassland. It was incomparably desolate and sparsely populated. Sometimes, one could walk for more than 10 years without seeing a single person. On this piece of land, the population was relatively concentrated in a few regions. 80% of the regions were barren, with wolves and jackals roaming and evil beasts roaming about. Woo! In the depths of the grassland, a lone wolf howled. It was incomparably desolate. A terrifying army walked out from a black realm gate one after another. Everyone was silent, releasing blood energy as they held weapons in their hands. No one knew that a great battle that would shock the 5 regions was about to begin. Since the end of the Dark Ages, this was the first time someone had attacked an immortal inheritance and a terrifying ancient family. Roar! The azure dragon appeared with 9 living fossils on its back. After spreading its wings, it covered the sky and drowned the grassland. It spiraled into the sky. Roar! The white tiger leapt out. It was as huge as a mountain and cracked the ground with its feet. It carried more than 30 barbarian elders on its journey. The sky was densely packed with people. The golden divine Ho, purple Qilin, and other strange beasts appeared one after another with powerful barbarian warriors on their backs. Their battle intent surged. The leaden clouds were thick and heavy. It was incomparably stifling. This was a gray world. The entire grassland was desolate. The sky was gloomy and dusky, and the thick clouds were suffocating. This battle is destined to be a bloodbath and a mountain of corpses. Millions upon millions of creatures on this vast land will tremble. We can only win and not lose. Victory in battle, victory in attack. This was a terrifying aura that could collapse mountains and rivers, overturn the sky, and cause the sun and moon to fall. Today's battle might cause an immortal inheritance to be forever erased from the earth. It was a terrifying event that had never happened since the Dark Ages. Of course, it might be a sad song. This ancient tribe of the southern mountains might also perish and cease to exist. An earth-shattering change was about to begin. This battle was destined to have a far-reaching impact. It was vast and mighty, and it would affect tens of thousands of sections. The silent army, terrifying pressure, silently advanced. They gripped their weapons, and in this silent process, they were preparing to unleash a heaven-shattering strike. Eastern Wasteland, Central Plains, and Western Desert, all the great powers gathered at the southern mountains. Some terrifying enemies had already set off to deal with Yi Fan, but they did not know that the shocking battlefield had already shifted. Saint Physique is alone. So what if he is strong? Can he fight against a great sect? If there is a great sect attacking the Saint Physique at full force, will he not die with a grievance? While people were doubting in the southern mountains, Yi Fan led the barbarian army and approached the Wang family of the northern plains. The dark clouds became heavier and covered the entire sky. The grassland was silent like a land of death. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. The ground was covered in darkness while the sky was densely packed. The silent army was full of vigor and blood. There was a terrifying killing intent surging around them. There was no armor, no battle suit. Everyone was wearing animal skin clothes, and one of their arms was bare. Their bronze-colored bodies were strong, and their muscles were bulging. It was as if there were dragons coiling around their bodies. Some of them were holding big clubs, while others were carrying stone axes on their backs. At this moment, the attack was about to begin when they were 1,000 miles away from the Wang family. The old tribe leader waved his hand and the army divided into 4 groups. They advanced silently and started to flank the Wang family. The azure dragon that could blot out the sky and cover the sun with one of its wings was carrying 9 living fossils. It led an overwhelming number of barbarian warriors to attack the main gate. It was a guardian god that had lived for 3,900 years. Its strength was terrifying. The guardian god white tiger that was as big as a mountain carried 32,000 years old terrifying elders. It led the barbarian warriors to attack from the north gate. The leader of the barbarian race stood on a rock that looked as if it was cast from gold. He brought a sky full of terrifying experts riding on barbarian beasts to attack from the east. In the hands of the old tribe leader was a terrifying stone axe. It was flowing with the aura of an ancient saint. It was a sacred weapon passed down through the generations and came from the hands of the great sage. Yi Fan was also given a heavy responsibility. He wielded the peerlessly terrifying goddess furnace and led the countless barbarian warriors to attack from the west. Azure Dragon and White Tiger, these two guardian gods also have the aura of the ancient sacred weapon. When Yi Fan held the goddess furnace, he sensed something. Use the sacred weapons of the four directions to tear apart the Wang family's ancient divine formation. The heavenly army will suddenly descend. Tens of thousands of barbarian warriors will directly attack without giving them any time to react. Let's hope we succeed in one battle. Whether it would be a desolate ancient aristocratic family that would be erased forever or the barbarian army would die in hatred in the northern plains would be revealed in this world-shaking battle. Gotcha! A blood-colored lightning tore through the dark sky. At this time, the barbarian army began their attack towards the Wang family. Chapter 768. The black clouds pressing down on the ground. It was as if tens of thousands of black mountains had descended, piling on top of each other. The pressure was so heavy that it was difficult to breathe, causing one's heart to palpitate. When they were only several hundred li away from the Wang family, tens of thousands of barbarian soldiers surrounded them and began to attack at top speed. The prologue of the heaven-shattering battle had begun. The army of beasts trampled on the ground like a black flood, whistling past and causing the earth to tremble. Who are these people? Where did so many soldiers come from? The Wang family had hidden sentries that were patrolling the land several hundred li away. Pooh! Blood splashed out as an arrow pierced through the throat. The divine archers of the barbarian race rode on strange beasts, all of them drawing their bows. The speed of their mounts did not decrease at all as they charged forward like a flood. The bows in their hands were pulled to a full crescent, and ancient divine arrows pierced through the clouds one after another. Flying over 10 li, blood continuously blossomed in a ghastly red. Under the leaden clouds, lives were reaped one after another, collapsing to the ground. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Tens of thousands of beasts rushed past, trampling all the corpses into a bloody paste. Not a single person was able to escape. Divine archery was one of the secret arts of the barbarian race. It was always a sure kill shot. With so many people, as long as some of them fired their bows, no one would be able to stop them. Not good, a great enemy has invaded, quickly sound the alarm. There were too many hidden sentries in this several hundred li area, but at first, no one could successfully sound the alarm. Horses galloped across the grassland, accompanied by tens of thousands of barbarian soldiers. Their blood energy rushed out, and wherever their weapons went, they were like an unstoppable group of ancient war gods. Who are these people? Quickly report to the family. Someone is attacking our Wang family. In the sky, there were also patrollers, but their fates were even more miserable. When the flood of steel on the ground whistled past, there were several 2,000-year-old divine archers who drew their bows. The arrows they shot were several dozen li long, piercing through the enemies one after another. There's an ancient castle in the sky. The Wang family was very generous. There were many ancient watchtowers hidden in the clouds 100 li away from the family, monitoring the movements in all directions. Not even the slightest movement could escape their eyes. However, the southern mountains barbarians were already prepared. There were also tens of thousands of riders in the sky, riding on all kinds of strange beasts, galloping on the clouds, rumbling as they passed, trampling all the buildings. However, when faced with any obstructions, the spear would charge forward and collapse upon impact. Ancient watchtowers were reduced to rubble one after another. Those who wanted to escape to deliver the message were all overtaken and trampled into mush by the savage beasts. Only a bloody mist was left behind. Whether it was in the sky or on the ground, the silhouettes of the barbarian warriors could be seen everywhere. Wherever they went, they destroyed everything in their way. Yi Fan and Li Tian were both apprehensive. This was simply an unstoppable army, and they had an indescribably terrifying bloodlust. At this time, blood qi rushed out from the top of everyone's head. Tens of thousands of them mixed together, like a group of asuras bathed in blood. All of the cavalrymen were dyed in a layer of blood red. This was a terrifying aura, as if they had the blood of a war god protecting them, making them unstoppable. It was getting closer. When it was 50 li from Wang family, an alarm sounded. There was a powerful being overseeing this place, so it couldn't be eliminated ahead of time. Clang! The sound of the bell echoed for hundreds of li, shaking everyone's eardrums. This was a sturdy defensive structure that hadn't been used for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. Even though there were people stationed here normally, who would have thought that someone would dare to attack Wang family? They were the rulers of northern plains, looking down on the world and ruling over an area. The people here had long lost their vigilance and didn't think that anyone would dare to attack. They felt that it was useless. However, everyone's expression changed at this time. After the alarm was sounded, they rushed into the sky and took out all kinds of weapons to defend. However, all of this was futile. The barbarian cavalry moved unhindered, each of them incomparably brave. They held stone axes and wolf-fang clubs as they charged forward. Ancient war watchtowers, small-scale floating cities and other things were erected in the sky. They were supposed to be an immortal defense, but when the cavalry charged and trampled on the void, they all collapsed. Everywhere the barbarian warriors went, blood-chi pervaded the air as they swept through everything in their path. There was truly nothing that could obstruct their advance. Ah! The people stationed here screamed continuously. They were either pierced by the cold spears, dripping with blood, or smashed into meat paste with broken bones flying everywhere. This was a massacre that was on a completely different level. How could several hundred experts resist so many cavalry? It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. They couldn't even escape. Even two great experts couldn't escape and were personally shot to death by a living fossil-level divine archer. 2 arrows pierced through and the terrifying arrow feathers carried their corpses 2 to 3 li away before shattering into pieces. Wang family was in chaos. Hearing the alarm bell, everyone was shocked. What kind of unforeseen event was this? That bell had not rung for 10,000 years. The distance of 50 li was very short. Even if Wang family heard the bell, it was already too late. Tens of thousands of cavalry arrived in an instant, people shouting and beasts roaring. Kill! At this moment, the barbarian warriors who had been silent for a long time all erupted with shocking killing intent. With one roar, the mountains and rivers moved, and the entire grassland looked like it was about to collapse. This was a flood of steel. Nothing could obstruct their footwork. They were like war gods that slaughtered their way in, sweeping everything in their path. Boom! The ancient war palaces and floating islands outside the Wang family immediately shattered into pieces, turning into piles of rubble and broken rocks. In front of them, mountain ridges stretched across the land like giant dragons. This was one of the few mountainous regions in the grassland. The Wang family was located in the middle. According to the feng shui master, this was a land of soaring dragons that could make a family flourish and have a long life. Tens of thousands of barbarians surrounded the clan of the remote antiquity. Everyone raised their weapons, ready to launch an earth-shattering attack. Everyone was gathering their ancient battle chi. This was not a confrontation between two armies, so there was no need for a direct confrontation. They had come purely for revenge. Speed was the most important thing in war, so they were going to launch the fiercest attack. In the south, the azure dragon flapped its huge wings and smashed the mountain ridges in front of it. It was a terrifying scene. Broken mountains were sent flying, and huge ridges were uprooted. Earth and stones were tumbling, and the sky was filled with dark clouds. This was the overlord of the azure sky, one of the protectors of the barbarians. It had been raised by the previous leader and had existed for more than 3,900 years. Its strength was unfathomable. Roar! The azure dragon roared, and many more mountains collapsed. Moreover, a green light flew out from its mouth, emitting a horrifying aura. It was as if a saint was awakening. What it spat out was a green saber, but the aura that could destroy heaven and earth came from the saber's blade. Everywhere, the prairie was trembling. It was as if a god of war was awakening and was about to destroy this world. Powerful, majestic, oppressive, and blazing aura filled the air. The azure dragon blade. There was a vivid and lifelike azure dragon engraved on it. The blade's body was simple and unadorned, but it was imposing. Its murderous intent seemed to want to throw the world into chaos, frightening the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, it was not without flaws. This was a damaged saint's weapon. It was missing a part, and the blade was broken. The azure dragon engraved on it was missing a section. Although it was not a sacred weapon, after being spat out by the barbarian race's guardian god, it still possessed a domineering might. The azure dragon's saber slashed down from the sky, and with a hong sound, it was as if a world had been split open. The Wang family's southern gate released a blinding brilliance. This was the ancient saint's great defensive formation, but now, it was cracked and shaken. A huge hole had been cut open. Outside the northern gate, there was also a terrifying scene of mountains collapsing and rubble piercing through the sky. It was because another protector was moving. It was as tall as a mountain, and it carried more than 32,000 years old barbarian elders as it crushed all obstacles in its way. Ho! The white tiger roared, and the sky shook greatly. It spat out a bone club that was as white as jade, and it smashed towards the northern gate's great formation. This was also a damaged sacred weapon. It was refined from the arm bone of an ancient saint. It was warm and white, but there were many cracks on its surface. It had been damaged before, and it had lost its divine power. The white tiger roared and continued to attack with the bone club, tearing a large hole in the ancient divine formation. A huge gap appeared, and it continuously expanded. At the eastern gate, the mountains outside were flattened. The old clan master led an army of over 10,000 to attack together. Meanwhile, the most terrifying thing was naturally the stone axe in the old clan master's hands. It was simple and unadorned, but just a look at it would make one's heart tremble. This was the sacred weapon passed down through the ages by the barbarian race's great sage. It was perfect and flawless. It possessed incomparable offensive power. When the axe hacked down, it was as if the 10,000 worlds in the heavens were going to collapse. The destructive aura made the entire grassland cave in. Wang family's eastern gate was hacked open, collapsing in front of it. A corner of the ancient great formation was lifted, but it couldn't stop the great army's advance. From the west, Yifan held the goddess furnace in his hands as he led the way. Behind him, banners fluttered in the wind. Over 10,000 armored cavalry galloped forward, trampling on the heavens as they arrived. "Open for me!" Yifan roared. Sun holy force circulated, and the extreme Yang divine point erupted. The fist-sized divine furnace shone resplendently as it smashed into Wang family's western gate. Mountains collapsed and the earth split apart. The great gate was blasted into pieces, and a crack was torn open in the great formation laid down by the ancient saints. Over 10,000 armored cavalry shouted, their bodies bathed in bloody light as they slaughtered with all of their strength. "Open!" Yifan released another loud shout. The goddess furnace battered against this ancient formation, continuously shaking, making the flaws in the formation patterns become greater and greater. In the end, the western gate was broken through. Over 10,000 armored cavalry charged straight in. Wherever the wolf-tooth club pointed, the walls collapsed. "Kill!" At this moment, shouts of war shook the heavens. There was a great army in all directions. With the 4 ancient holy weapons opening the way, Wang family's great defensive formation collapsed, becoming a ruined formation that lost its use. Even though the weapons of the Azure Dragon and White Tiger protectors were lacking, they were powerful enough themselves, making up for all of this. Wang family was an undying ancient family, so they were naturally powerful enough. There were many divine islands floating in the sky, and there were even more divine mountains that hung from the heavens. Silver waterfalls poured down, creating an extremely magnificent sight. Tens of thousands of armored cavalry slaughtered their way over. Islands and ancient mountains were torn apart one after another, falling down. After a period of chaos, Wang family's experts faced the enemy. "Who are you people? Why are you attacking my Wang family?" Someone shouted. Everything happened too quickly. The 4 great gates were broken through, and it seemed to have been completed at the same time. Even someone as powerful as the Wang family was shocked. This was definitely an unimaginably great enemy. Unless one had 3 or 4 divine weapons, there was no way they could accomplish this. Just the thought of it made one's hair stand on end. "I am the Yifan you all want to kill. Today, I have come to eliminate you all. I am going to flatten the ancient family with my armored cavalry." Yifan stood in the air. His black hair danced about crazily, and his eyes were fierce. He released a great roar that rang through the boundless great earth. There was a type of monarch descending upon the world. A shocking great battle was unavoidable. Blood seemed to have dyed the grassland red, and bones seemed to have formed mountains. Chapter 769. What? It's your divine body. There's also a group of barbarians from the southern mountains range. Kill them all. Everyone from the Wang family was furious. Many powerful individuals took action, flying into the sky and activating their weapons. They had never thought that Yi Fan would dare to act so arrogantly against an ancient family. The entire Wang family hated him and wanted to get rid of him at all times. Yet he actually came to their doorstep. Of course, they were also filled with shock. This group of barbarian soldiers was too powerful. Tens of thousands of them moved out together. They were truly an army of tigers and wolves, a group of unrivaled war maniacs. Blood energy overflowed into the heavens and surged with battle intent. The roars of men and beasts could be heard. It was as if a group of ancient war gods had reincarnated. Wherever they passed, mountains would collapse and the earth would crack. It was unknown just how many divine islands were destroyed. The army of tens of thousands roared loudly. Each and every one of them brandished their clubs, giant axes, and long spears. The destructive power was astonishing. Blossoms of blood flew everywhere. No one could stop them. Kill! Kill until the sky is dyed red with blood. Kill until the dawn that people look forward to. Let the Wang family be forever erased from this world. Yi Fan shouted loudly. Kill! Behind Yi Fan, the barbarian army he led had no less than a dozen powerful individuals. They were also like hot-blooded madmen as they roared and slaughtered. Kill the Wang family. Wipe out the hatred of our clansmen and take revenge for Yi. Overturn the so-called immortal inheritance. Tens of thousands of people roared. The scene was too shocking, and even the sky seemed like it was going to collapse. Motherfucker, this group of barbarians is truly manly. Not a single one of them is afraid of death. I've been infected. Li Tiando felt his blood boil as he charged out together with them. The Wang family's reaction was swift. Countless experts rushed into the sky. Moreover, there were holy weapons awakening in the depths of the family. They emitted a terrifying might as they penetrated into the distance. Since ancient times, no one has ever dared to attack my Wang family like this. You all will pay the price in blood. An aged voice shouted. Countless armored cavalry stepped into the ancient family. This was a magnificent feat that had never happened in the past 100,000 years. The Wang family's people were all stupefied, but they were also extremely furious. This was a sky filled with blood. Battle cries and sword shadows could be heard everywhere. The two ancient inheritances unfolded a chaotic battle that resembled a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Blood splattered everywhere and corpses fell to the ground. It was an incomparably bitter scene. Yi Fan charged at the very front. He returned the goddess furnace to Li Tian and Yan Yishi so that they could use it as a deterrent. This kind of weapon was indeed terrifyingly powerful, but the divine power it consumed was too majestic. Unless one was a saint, no one could wield it for a long time to kill an enemy. Most of them were used to balance the enemy's holy weapons, and the deterrent effect was far greater than the actual killing effect. Yi Fan charged into the crowd of enemies and shouted, "People of the Wang family, come and die. Today, I, Yi Fan, have killed my way here. What can you do to me? Kill them. Kill them all." Wang family's powerful figures all moved out, many people hurrying towards the western gate. At this moment, everyone's eyes were red. All words were useless, they could only fight to the death. Either the Wang family would be exterminated, or the barbarian race would all die in battle. There were no other results. At this moment, one side had to be completely wiped out. Comparatively speaking, the Wang family already had no path of retreat. The other side had broken through the great formation laid down by the ancient saints and slaughtered their way in. They could only fight to the death. A figure with long sleeves fluttered about, moving like a snake and leaping like a monkey. He was extremely vigorous as he quickly closed in, facing off against Yi Fan. This was one of Wang family's leading figures. His seniority was extremely high, and he was already one step past the immortal 3 executions of the Tao stage. He was 3,000 years old, and his eyes were like golden pearls. His hair had also turned yellow. This was the characteristic of an elder with a long lifespan and abundant vitality. If he was given time, this was a terrifying figure who had hope of breaking through into the king level. He rushed over murderously like a snake and a crane, pouncing like a tiger and jumping like an antelope. Every one of his movements was extremely strange, and every strike was extremely simple. However, it was extremely terrifying, bringing great pressure to even Yi Fan. This was definitely someone who had broken through the 6 or 7 restrictions, so he was naturally powerful enough. At times, he was like an old snake, and at other times, he was like a violent ape. At times, he was like an immortal crane, and at times, he was like an antelope. There was no way to track him down. Pa! Bang! Yi Fan was astonished as he fought against him. There was no lack of experts in the Huanggu family after all. This elder was extremely powerful, and every strike flickered with Dao traces. They secretly contained a terrifying great killing technique. The two fought intensely, and it was difficult for the bystanders to interfere. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged over 100 moves. Both of them were extremely fast. This yellow-haired elder's large sleeves fluttered about at times, appearing graceful like a banished immortal. At other times, he was incomparably fierce like a lone wolf pouncing on its prey. Let's go together and kill him. There were other powerful figures from the Wang family who forcefully broke through and wanted to join in the battle against Yi Fan. A group of barbarians cried out loudly. Among them, there were more than 10 powerful figures who were bare-armed. Their muscles were bronze in color as they brandished their stone axes to resist. They had gone completely berserk as their blood energy gushed out and their hair danced about chaotically. Yi Fan and this terrifying elder finally decided the victor. He continuously smashed out 108 fists, and his pair of golden fists shattered the vacuum. Ka! The yellow-haired elder's arms spasmed, and his bones cracked. Even though they had collided through the air and clashed with divine power, he still suffered serious injuries. During this process, Yi Fan was also evolving, and he had a rough understanding of this elder's Dao traces. It was the same as the snake moves and crane strikes, and the tiger pounces and antelope leaps. This was actually a type of beast king fist. Pooh! Yi Fan used the crane strikes. His palm was like a crane's beak as he blocked the elder's desperate attack. He then leapt up like an ape and plucked off the elder's head with a pu sound. Blood splashed high into the air. Ninth great uncle. Behind him, many people from the Wang family cried out in alarm. It was clear that Yi Fan had killed an extremely important figure. Kill! The Wang family attacked as a group, all of them surrounding and attacking Yi Fan. Many people's eyes were red from the slaughter. Motherfucker, who's scared of who? Just kill. Li Tian followed up, joining in the great battle. At this moment, even the carefree and elegant Yan Ishi's white clothes were dyed in blood. He attacked the enemies, fighting between life and death. Flowers of blood blossomed one after another. Who's scared of who? Yi Fan sneered. He had a divine physique, and what he feared the least was this kind of chaotic battle. He supported the golden sacred domain, and it was simply like a meat grinder. He slaughtered his way forward, sweeping through everything in his path. In the direction of the Wang family's western gate, shattered bones and flesh continuously flew about. The battle had reached its climax. Yi Fan was like an arrowhead, slaughtering at the very front. Wherever he passed, there were endless casualties. Pooh! Yi Fan's large golden palm imprint slammed down. Even a powerful existence couldn't withstand it. They didn't even have time to release a grunt before their bodies were smashed into a lump of flesh. Pang! Then, he released a light shout from his mouth, using the fighting character to evolve the 6-syllable incantation of Buddhism. A divine sound was released, and the heavens collapsed. This was the highest secret technique of Buddhism. When cultivated to the highest level, it would contain the universe's great wisdom, perseverance, and benevolence. It had the power to split open the heavens and earth, and it could subdue deities in the heavens. Ah! Up ahead, the sky was full of cultivators screaming miserably. Groups of experts collapsed one after another. Under this divine sound, there were powerful existences that were torn to pieces. Yi Fan released a short shout. A blood-dyed sky appeared in front of them. Many people had their bones crushed, turning into a bloody mist. This was an extremely terrifying scene. In the west, there was a death god like Yi Fan charging at the very front. He attacked ruthlessly, advancing extremely quickly. The Wang family's losses were disastrous. At this moment, the barbarian race's terrifying battle prowess was undoubtedly displayed. Over 10,000 armored cavalry gathered together. The bloody light that rushed out from their skulls connected together, surrounding the entire army. Blood energy curled about. It was as if they were bathed in the blood of an ancient war god. They fearlessly charged forward, becoming a single entity. They could borrow strength from each other, becoming an inseparable 10,000-man cavalry army, advancing together. This was an incomparably terrifying scene. Over 10,000 people became one, charging murderously together. If God stood in their way, they would kill gods. If Buddha stood in their way, they would execute Buddhas. In the sky, the floating divine cliffs and islands collapsed one after another. Wherever the barbarian race's soldiers went, they couldn't stop them at all. They were all destroyed. Wang family's experts suffered countless casualties. There was originally a troop of 1,000 that was extremely brave and fierce, not fearing death. There was no lack of powerful figures among them, but when these 10,000 armored cavalry charged over, they were all trampled into bloody paste. Wang! Suddenly, a terrifying sound rang out from ahead. Ancient war chariots rushed into the sky one after another, flickering with chilly metallic luster. It was eerie and horrifying. There were over 1,000 war chariots blocking the way forward. Every single one of them was covered in blade marks and arrow holes. They had experienced the baptism of war, leaving behind the marks of time. The war chariots rumbled as they crushed through the sky. Over 1,000 ancient war chariots charged over, causing the entire sky to tremble. It was as if they were going to collapse the heavens. In individual battles, these powerful war chariots weren't nimble enough. However, at this moment, the 10,000 armored cavalry displayed incomparably terrifying divine might. They combined together, crushing the heaven and earth. They rumbled as they rushed over with unstoppable offensive power, destroying everything in their way. Humans shouted and beasts hissed. The barbarian race's armored cavalry suffered a great loss. When they collided with these colossal figures, they fell like wheat being cut down. Lives were lost one after another, and blood blossomed everywhere. Over 1,000 ancient war chariots led by more than 10 powerful figures were all branded with terrifying Tao patterns. When combined together, they were like a metal vicious beast that devoured life. The sky was like an azurous killing field. The fireworks, ignited with their lives, bloomed. It was temporary brilliance, but eternal death followed. Blood dripped everywhere as corpses fell in piles. The battle was just this bitter. No words could describe it. It was unknown just how many corpses there were on the ground. This was a sky dyed red with blood. It was just a fairy tale to take down a clan of the desolate era without casualties. It was impossible in reality. One had to experience the cruelty of blood and bones. The thousands of ancient war chariots were like meat grinders as they reaped the lives of barbarian warriors one after another. They quickly stopped and adjusted their formation. Yi Fan was covered in blood as he fought with all his might. In this sea of people, he killed his way to the front. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist smashed one terrifying war chariot after another. In this way, the Wang family was finally thrown into chaos. They stopped the attack, and the barbarian race's armored cavalry fell back and began to regroup. Divine archery technique! An old man from the barbarian race shouted. This was an archer who had lived for 3,000 years. He was a terrifying existence on the level of a living fossil. The less than 10,000 armored cavalry were all solemn. Not a single one of them feared death. Instead, they became even more iron-blooded. All of them took out their bows and began to shoot. This was a secret technique that the barbarian race had to master. It was known as one of the sure kill techniques. At this moment, the blood energy that rushed out from the top of their heads became even more vigorous. They were completely submerged in a terrifying bloody mist. Every 100 barbarian race experts aimed at an ancient war chariot and shot out a terrifying arrow that contained their essence energy. Everyone's blood was boiling. Over 10,000 barbaric ancient divine arrows shot out at the same time. Endless blood energy linked together, and all of the arrows merged into one. Mountains and rivers collapsed as they shot out. Nearby, all of the islands and mountain ranges were turned into fine powder with pu sounds. They were all destroyed under this kind of divine might. Long. Many enormous war chariots were directly blasted apart and split into pieces. Half of the powerful beings were killed, dying a violent death. Divine archery technique! The old man shouted again. Everyone drew their bows again and launched another round of terrifying attacks. The barbaric ancient divine arrows pierced through heaven and earth, shattering over 100 ancient war chariots. Meanwhile, at this time, Yi Fan also took out the 10,000 death's bow. He had never cultivated the divine archery technique, but the golden holy arrows shot out from his peerless flesh shell were even more terrifying. Pooh! Yi Fan shot out one arrow and poured all of his divine force into it. He killed 6 powerful beings in succession, shocking everyone on the spot. He was simply like a demon king. His black hair was dyed in blood, and his entire body was covered in blood. However, he was blossoming with endless radiance, forcing the Wang family experts into a state of chaos. "Those who block me shall die." Yi Fan roared loudly. His voice resounded through the world and tore through the sky. Up ahead, another great collapse took place. Groups of experts were blasted into pieces, turning into a bloody mist. A large expanse of blood-colored sky appeared. The battle against the Huanggu family had reached its climax. In the distance, there were already ancient holy weapons clashing. Corpses piled up into mountains, and blood flowed everywhere. Great Completion King-level figures. In the distance, cries of alarm could be heard. Terrifying fluctuations could be felt. At this point in the battle, a matchless figure had appeared. Chapter 770. At this moment, a Great Completion King-level expert appeared. Cries of alarm rang out from the front as lives continuously disappeared. Rivers of blood flowed in front of them. Yi Fan was shocked at first, but then he calmed down. This was because the barbarians did not fear life and death. They charged forward with iron and blood, so no one would cry out in fear. Sure enough, a muffled dragon roar confirmed his suspicions. A large number of experts from the Wang family retreated in defeat. They all cried out in alarm and quickly dodged. A Great Completion King-level savage beast, a mutant that has been passed down from the ancient times. 2,000 years ago, I saw it in the depths of the southern mountains. At that time, it had already lived for close to 2,000 years. Who would have thought that it would still be alive? Yi Fan let out a breath of relief. As expected of the barbarian race's guardian deity, it did not disappoint. It had lived for more than 3,900 years and was truly a Great Completion King-level beast. With this kind of savage beast, it could be said to be unstoppable. Once it erupted, no one along the way could resist. With a single attack, 8 or 9 great experts would die on the spot. The Azure Dragon attacked from the southern gate. On its back were 9 living fossils that had lived for more than 3,000 years. Behind them were large numbers of barbarian race warriors. They were like a mountain torrent with shocking aura that could destroy everything. The army of 1,000 charged forward and trampled on the Wang family. The Azure Dragon was at the front, and the 10,000 armored cavalry followed closely behind. They charged forward with iron and blood, faster than Yi Fan and the barbarian clan leader. They were about to reach the depths of the Wang family. "Old ancestor, please come out and revive the unmatched holy weapon." The people of the Wang family shouted loudly. Blood formed rivers, and corpses piled up into mountains. At this time, human lives were more valuable than grass. Both sides were bathed in blood, and there was no way out. They could only win by attacking, or else what awaited them would be the extermination of one side. The 4 armies attacked, but not all of them went smoothly. The barbarian clan leader encountered fierce resistance in the east. There was a living fossil holding a damaged holy weapon that launched a shocking attack from the side. If not for the old clan leader discovering it in time and intercepting it with a stone axe in his hand, the several thousand barbarian armored cavalry might have been turned into flying ashes. The might of a saint was simply impossible to resist. Even so, in that instant, there were more than 900 experts that couldn't even let out a groan before they were annihilated within the eastern gate. Boom! The barbarian leader was shocked and angry. He swung the stone axe in his hand. This was the perfect weapon left behind by the great sage of the human race. The strength of its divine power far exceeded that of the incomplete weapon. With this strike, the living fossil and his weapon were instantly reduced to ashes, unable to resist at all. Right now, everyone's eyes were red from killing. The barbarian tribe leader did not have the time to suppress and subdue a damaged holy weapon. If he kept it by his side, a great calamity might befall him, and he would suffer a backlash. Kill! In the east direction, after the 2 saint weapons clashed, nearly 10,000 cavalrymen swarmed in with unstoppable momentum. Especially the furious old clan leader, who did not hesitate to consume his life Zhen Yuan and once again activated his saint weapon. A stone axe hung high in the sky. It looked ordinary, even quite old-fashioned, but when it hacked down, heaven and earth split apart, as if it could pierce through the world. Wang family's eastern region, regardless of whether it was the Great Earth, the floating islands, or the divine peaks, they were all immediately blasted into dust, unknown just how many people lost their lives. Then when the stone axe calmed down a bit, waves of earth and boulders shot high into the sky like a tsunami, completely submerging everything in front of them. The Eastern Great Army was no longer obstructed. They quickly advanced, their charging speed almost catching up to the Azure Dragon in the south, closing in on the Wang family's most important area. Auho! In the north, the White Tiger roared. The mountainous protector god charged and smashed everything in its path. With a swipe of its claw, Wang family's Dragon Mountain ancient vein was like paper, continuously destroyed. This was also a savage beast king. Even though it had not reached great success, it was still not something an ordinary person could resist. 7 or 8 of Wang family's great experts were killed by it. However, they also encountered the most terrifying obstruction here. The barbarian warriors fell one after another, and all of them were caused by a large green claw. Ow! In the rear of the Wang family, there was actually an old green wolf. This was a beast pet raised by an expert of the Wang family in the past. Who would have thought that it would eventually mature and live for 3,400 years? It still hadn't died, and its strength was similar to the white tiger. What was even more terrifying was that there was also a damaged holy weapon in its body. It was left here to protect the Wang family's rear. At this moment, it suddenly pounced out and killed a large number of barbarian soldiers. Finally, it clashed with the white tiger, fighting intensely. The tiger's roar and the wolf's howl shook the entire northern plains. The battle between the strange beasts was exceptionally bitter. Fur, flesh, and even bones were bitten off and torn off. Moreover, the divine techniques of the savage beasts were even more terrifying. Sometimes, they would engulf all directions, affecting the Wang family and the barbarian army, causing them to suffer heavy losses. Roar! One of the old wolf's eyes was slapped out by the tiger's claw. It also attacked at this time, almost cutting off one of the white tiger's shoulder blades. At the same time, the secret techniques unique to their race attacked. Their bodies were cracking and blood flowed out. They were so huge that when their blood landed on the ground, it was like a small river flowing down. The attacks of the 4 armies were all different. The pressure on Yi Fan's side was not small either. Although they were not attacked by people with holy weapons, nor did they encounter any terrifying ancient beasts, there were war tools blocking their way. As a renowned clan of the desolate era, they had to have the capital to conquer any region under the heavens. Naturally, they could not lack warships and ancient carriages. The western region of the Wang family was where these war tools were laid out. Thousands of ancient chariots blocked the way, clashing with the barbarian army. The number of experts who died in battle was innumerable. At this time, several hundred ice-cold warships rose into the sky even further away. They were even larger, and every single one of them was like a mountain. It was truly difficult for the barbarian cavalry to charge through. This is too abnormal. Why are we so unlucky? All of the Wang family's war tools are on this side, and we've encountered them. Li Tian complained. This was indeed the case. This was the Wang family's armory, and all of their war resources were here. It would be very difficult to charge through. If they tried to force their way through, there wouldn't be many barbarian cavalry left. There's no other way. I'll use my essence energy again. Yi Fan held a violet golden hammer in his hand and brandished it with all his strength. An expanse of blazing purple lightning surged forward. This was a weapon he seized from Wang Chengtian's hands. After being subdued by the goddess furnace, there were many cracks on its surface. However, its power did not decrease. The goddess furnace was perfect. As the weapon of the human race's great sage, the amount of divine force it consumed was even greater. Even if Yi Fan's flesh shell was unparalleled, he still wouldn't be able to endure it. It was because there would definitely be an even more intense battle ahead. Ahead, more than 400 war chariots collapsed, and more than 100 warships disintegrated. They turned into an expanse of light in the sky before completely disappearing. The aura of a holy weapon could be felt from ahead. There were people activating it as well, about to launch a thunderous attack. Yi Fan and the others' expressions changed. A powerful figure had arrived. It isn't a holy weapon, so it still has some flaws. Li Tian activated the goddess furnace and prepared to face the attack. They would all be destroyed in one battle. However, at this moment, the sound of a bugle horn came from the depths of the Wang family. The aura of a peerless holy weapon spread out like the sea, summoning its descendants. All the warships retreated, and many war chariots retreated to the depths of the family. Only endless wreckage and blood were left behind. It was a ghastly sight. As expected of the clan of the ancients. They are indeed difficult to deal with. Yi Fan sighed. He knew that the moment of life and death had arrived and that it would become even more bitter. Kill! Yi Fan was still the one leading the charge. The 9,000 cavalry followed closely behind, forming a dark mass. The mountains blocked the flat mountains, and the islands destroyed the islands. Along the way, they were like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Wherever the cavalry went, all obstacles would be turned into powder. Nothing would exist after the cavalry passed by. When Yi Fan and the others killed their way to the depths of the Wang family, the Azure Dragon and the barbarian tribe leader had already arrived. Their clothes were stained with blood and their bodies were covered in wounds. The White Tiger army was the last to arrive. This divine protector was heavily injured and on the verge of death. However, it had killed an old wolf that was breaking through to the king level and solved a great problem. Pang! When the White Tiger appeared with a bloody wolf head in its mouth and threw it to the ground, the entire Wang family was shaken. Everyone's faces turned pale. Ho! The White Tiger was unwilling but also fainted on the spot. It was quickly collected by an elder of the barbarian tribe into an important weapon for protection. Up ahead was the Wang family's divine land. The bugle horn had come from there, summoning all the clansmen to retreat to this place. The barbarian army surrounded this place with bloody mist drifting about. They were all preparing for the final attack. Who would have thought that the Southern Mountains barbarian war god tribe still exists? I thought their inheritance had long been severed and disappeared in the river of time. An aged voice rang out. The divine land opened up and an old man walked out. Although his hair was about to fall off, he was still hale and hearty. His voice was like the booming of a bronze bell, sonorous and forceful. All the people of the Wang family followed behind him respectfully. Experts were as common as the clouds, and they all emerged from the divine land. A great completion king-level expert. All the barbarian race people were shocked. This was the Wang family's old ancestor. He had lived for more than 3,700 years. Although he was emaciated, his blood energy was oppressive. His withered body was like a divine furnace that was burning. Many barbarian race experts felt their mouths go dry. Their bodies were about to collapse, and even their souls were about to burn. This was the divine might of a great completion king-level expert. Even though he was just standing there without taking action, it still made people's hearts jump. They couldn't help but want to kneel down and worship him. It was so terrifying that it made them go crazy. At the same time, the aura of an ancient supreme holy weapon filled the air. It could attack from the divine land at any time. It was as if they had arrived at the territory of a demonic god. The barbarian race leader raised the stone axe and let it float above the entire barbarian race army. The blood energy of many barbarian race warriors surged as they activated it together. The stone axe dropped down tens of thousands of strands of divine power, protecting everyone below and forming an unbreakable domain. Tens of thousands of armored cavalry trampling the Huanggu family. This is truly a magnificent feat not seen in 100,000 years. The terrifying Wang family elder spoke coldly. His name was Wang Lai, and he had cultivated for more than 3,700 years. His strength was terrifying and matchless. No matter what the result of this battle was, it would definitely make the 5 regions tremble. A battle against an undying inheritance could be considered a heaven-shocking change. How can we compare to you all? You control millions and millions of miles of the northern plains. If you aren't happy in the slightest, you can go to the southern mountains range and massacre my clan, said the barbarian race leader. At this moment, there was no need to say anything else. The battle had already reached this state, so no matter what kind of words they said, it would all be useless. They could only stop when one side collapsed and blood flowed out. Then let me see who can pass through me. The great completion king-level expert Wang Lai was expressionless. Green light flickered. The azure dragon quickly shrunk from the size of a great mountain to the height of a person. It spread its wings and surged with divine force. It was going to fight against the great completion king-level expert. Senior Azure Dragon, you must be careful. The barbarian race leader reminded. Children, you all should go and offer sacrifices to my clan's foundation. I don't believe there is anyone who can wipe out my Wang family. Today, we will kill all of our enemies and display our clan's undying might. the great completion king level expert said in a low voice. Chapter 771. At this moment, a great accomplishment king level expert spoke, wanting to use the family's reserve. This made many people feel fear and astonishment, wanting to understand what was going on. Reserve was a mysterious and strange term for the cultivators of the world. Everyone knew that the lands of the great sage all had terrifying reserves, but few knew what it represented. The azure dragon turned into the height of a person. Its divine might didn't decrease, but it became even more agile. It turned into a streak of green light and rushed over. Tao imprints flickered, and divine sound surged. In the surroundings, everyone quickly retreated. They felt as if their eardrums were about to crack and their souls were unstable. They felt as if their bodies were about to be smashed into pieces. Dragon battles in the wild. This was a secret technique of the dragon race. Its body moved through the air, and a great steel wall rushed over. It swept down an expanse of green splendor, forming a divine domain. Wang Lai retreated like a ghost, evading this attack. Clang! Wang Lai spat out a magic zither and played it with force. A sound wave flew out, and it was as sharp as a heavenly blade. It cut open a great rift in the void, wanting to swallow the azure dragon inside. Green light flashed, and the dragon moved through the sky, crossing thousands of zhang. Then, it let out a light cry that shook the 9 heavens, shattering the sound wave. The two great accomplishment kings didn't face it head-on. At first, they were just probing, but these small methods all had great killing intent. If a sect master went up, they would have long been decapitated. Many of the Wang family's cultivators faced the divine earth and muttered something like an incantation. They were offering sacrifices. Deep accumulation, great fate, ancient inheritance, and immeasurable depth. This was what some people knew about the Holy Land. They believed that this was their reserve. However, those who truly understood would only shake their heads in horror, because this was far from enough. The so-called reserve was a true undying deterrence, and there were concrete objects. Sword cries shook the sky. Wang Lai quickly played the magic zither, and sound waves pierced through metal and cracked stone, rushing over like ocean waves. The azure dragon soared through the sky. With a shake of its wings, the sky was filled with dragon shadows, turning into tens of thousands. Under a single strike, ripples appeared, and the sound waves were destroyed. The mountain peaks outside the divine earth were also shattered one after another, turning into dust. Kill! At this moment, Wang Lai released a great roar. The probing ended, and he finally began to attack fiercely. He displayed a secret technique of the great Tao, and his entire body was surrounded by a divine ring. His appearance was dignified, and he was incredibly fierce. In his left eye, a blazing sun flickered and flew out. In his right eye, an ancient moon also appeared. It enlarged endlessly and suppressed outwards. Samsara of sun and moon seal. This kind of secret technique was very difficult to cultivate. In the process of cultivating it, it was easy to injure one's eyes and cause them to lose their sight forever. However, it was extremely powerful. The azure dragon was as tall as a person, and its body wasn't much different from a true dragon's. It only had an extra pair of divine wings, and azure splendor coiled around its body, making it look extremely valiant. Dragon blood flowed within its body, and its flesh was far more powerful than that of other races. The 2 horns on its head were like the sharpest holy swords in the world. They drew out streaks of green light that split the sky and collided with the samsara seal of sun and moon. Loud sounds rang out one after another. A man and a dragon rushed together and began to fight intensely. Everyone's eyes were dazzled. This was a battle between great perfection kings. The battle between the great perfection king tiers was extremely fast. Many people couldn't even see it clearly, and it didn't take long for hundreds of exchanges to pass. Pooh! The azure dragon released a long roar. Its dragon claws descended, tearing off 3 of the shriveled but terrifyingly powerful Wang Lai's ribs. Blood flowed everywhere, and the aura of the great Tao surged. Ow-ho! At the same time, it also suffered serious injuries. One of its green divine wings was forcibly torn off by Wang Lai. Dragon blood splashed outwards, dyeing the skies red. Children, what are you waiting for? Destroy the Wang family's divine earth and wipe out this Huanggu family. Get revenge for our clansmen. The barbarian race chief roared. Kill these uncivilized savages. Don't let a single one of them escape. Wipe them all out. The Wang family's people also roared. They used all of their strength. If it wasn't for the fact that they were at a critical juncture and their clan was about to be wiped out, who would be able to see a great expert take action? In addition, regardless of whether it was the great experts that roamed the present world or those that had retired thousands of years ago, they all rose into the air. The Wang family's experts were all mobilized. Kill. Tens of thousands of armored cavalry weaved about. They made their way around the two great experts and slaughtered their way towards the Wang family's divine earth. Every single one of them was fearless as they fought to outdo each other. Their blood was boiling. Kill all of them. The Wang family's people also roared. Ancient chariots and warships appeared in the sky one after another. Only at this moment of life and death could the might of a Huanggu family be displayed to the fullest. People would discover that they were far more terrifying than they had imagined. The Wang family truly has too many experts. If they use their trump cards, how will we stop them? Li Tian was scared. The barbarian race chief did not reply, but he was very calm. He only waved his hand and said, "Children, kill." Before coming to Northern Plains, Yi Fan had mentioned the issue of trump cards to the barbarian race chief. The other party did not say anything, clearly showing that he was not afraid. Then let's kill. Attack the Wang family's divine earth and see what exactly is inside. Yi Fan had a heavenly sword in his left hand and a spear in his right hand. They were both seized. Clang! His sword descended, hacking apart an ancient ship that was as large as a mountain. Many of Wang family's experts inside all turned into blood and bones. The spear continued forward, continuously piercing through 9 ancient war chariots, nailing them to pieces. Human lives were even more valuable than grass. Boom! Within the divine earth, a terrifying aura surged as if it wanted to destroy the world. It was as if millions of volcanoes were erupting at the same time. A terrifying rune appeared and pressed forward. This was the might of a supreme holy weapon left behind by the Wang family's great sage. Now that it had awakened, a vast divine might surged forward. The barbarian race chief roared. The stone axe floating in the air also shook violently. There were at least 1,000 cavalrymen beside him, and there was no lack of great experts among them. Everyone's chi and blood surged as they activated this weapon together. The powerful aura was immediately pushed back and rushed into the divine earth. The pressure on everyone was greatly reduced. One could imagine how terrifying this stone axe would be if tens of thousands of barbarian soldiers activated it together. Kill! Yi Fan still attacked from the west with 9,000 cavalrymen. He, Yan Ishi, and Li Tian had the goddess furnace, so they had no fear. Many ancient ships and chariots were shot down, but at this time, a majestic aura surged violently. The sky was covered in darkness as over 100 ancient castles rose up, intimidating everyone's soul. Battle castles. They were completely made of refined gold and had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. They were sturdy and immortal, far more terrifying than ancient ships and chariots. They were small cities. The 9,000 cavalrymen all stopped in their tracks. There was no way for them to break through. The black mass was especially terrifying. Every battle castle was a divine city of steel that was difficult to break through. They were like impregnable passes blocking the way. The 9,000 cavalrymen were silent. Their bodies were covered in blood. Facing these cold battle castles, it was too difficult for them to use their beasts to break through. There was a great Tao engraved on them, making it difficult to break through. However, not a single one of them was afraid or dispirited. They retreated in an orderly manner. Against a clan of the Huanggu, it was naive to think that they could not break through without paying a price. They were already prepared to die in battle. After pulling away enough, a living fossil shouted, "Raise your spears!" On the 9,000 cavalrymen, every barbarian soldier held a blood-red spear. The tip of the spear was cold and gloomy, flickering with a demonic splendor. Kill! At this moment, the 9,000 people roared in unison. The blood energy in the top of their heads increased by several times. Every one of them went berserk, and their battle prowess soared. Blood spear technique. The living fossil roared, ordering all the barbarian soldiers to use another killing technique. Their bodies were glowing and dripping with blood. Every one of them seemed to be forged from steel, resolute and powerful. Kill! After this order was issued, everyone roared and threw the spears in their hands. 9,000 beams of bloody light pierced through the sky and flew towards the divine city of steel. This was even more powerful and terrifying than the divine archery technique. The 9,000 beams of bloody light contained the barbarian soldiers' iron-like willpower. Infused with their battle chi, they were able to destroy everything in their path. This was a strange sound that seemed to pierce through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even the gods were enraged. Howling sounds and terrifying rumbling sounds rang out at the same time. At first, the people of the Wang family were sneering. They wanted to crush the barbarian army with a terrifying war tool like the battle castle, but now they all turned pale with fright. Boom! The first huge metal city collapsed, followed by the second, the third, one after the other. The 9,000 bloody spears covered the sky and covered the earth. Each spear contained the soul and divine power of a barbarian soldier. They were endowed with life and were extremely powerful. Honglonglong. There were more than 10 ancient iron cities that were like mountains that broke apart, splitting apart in the sky dome, destroyed by the attacks. Everyone turned pale with fright. Even though there were still more than 80 divine cities, they still couldn't withstand this kind of attack. They would be completely destroyed sooner or later. However, the barbarian soldiers also paid a heavy price. Every one of their faces was a bit pale, losing a bit of color. Boom! Yi Fan was like a humanoid vicious beast. He slaughtered his way to the front and released a 6 paths reincarnation fist, using his own power to blast a metal city to pieces. He pressed forward and continued to fight. The barbarian soldiers were also roaring. Another round of blood spears flew out, passing through the shackles of space and time to descend. Boom! Another battle castle was destroyed, no longer existing. Only a wave of fluctuations like the trembling of the star domain was left behind. Woo-woo! Bugle horns sounded. War castles, ancient ships, war chariots, and other things were densely packed. They submerged the skies and crushed over. The barbarian soldiers who couldn't retreat in time were immediately turned into meat paste, turning into bloody mist. The bitter battle reached its climax. Corpses continuously fell from the sky, and the great earth had long been dyed red with blood. Ah! A loud cry sounded from not far away. Wang Lai and the Azure Dragon's angry roar collapsed the dragon veins where Wang family was. The Battle of Kings at the center of the battlefield had come to an end. The crown of Wang Lai's head was torn open, and there were several claw holes. Even his primordial spirit was split open, and his inner organs were all dug out by the dragon claws. His body was almost destroyed. The Azure Dragon wasn't much better off. Its pair of divine wings were torn off, and the lower half of its body was hacked into the ground, dripping with blood. Only the upper half of its body was left, and even one of its horns was broken off. This was a bitter battle. Both sides suffered serious injuries. Even though their bodies could recover, they were cut by the Tao, and the hidden injuries left behind were difficult to recover from in a short period of time. The barbarian army retreated, and Wang family's experts retreated to the divine earth. Both sides separated again, and the 2 great completion kings also returned. Offer sacrifices to our foundation, protect my clan, and kill all enemies. Wang Lai roared. Even though he was seriously injured, his voice still shook heaven and earth, making everyone's primordial spirit feel like it was going to shatter. Honglonglong. Within the divine earth, 9 purple-gold divine centipedes pulled an ancient war chariot as they rushed out. There were several divine sources piled on top of the chariot, releasing endless radiance and submerging a person within. These origin blocks ranged from stone grindstones to fingernails. There were so many of them, and they were piled up together. In a daze, one could vaguely see a person with hair as white as snow, his life force completely extinguished sitting within. He was extremely tall and imposing, intimidating one's soul. This was a type of Holy Land's foundation. Dark King Ancestor, please take action. Wang family's people kowtowed, their voices like collapsing mountains and roaring seas. However, that person within the pile of divine sources didn't move in the slightest, without the slightest bit of reaction. He was like an ice sculpture, without the slightest bit of vitality. Turns out it's the Dark Devil King. I was wondering who it was. What a pity, he passed away in meditation, unable to wake up. Within the barbarian camp, a thin and shriveled elder walked over. With each step he took, heaven and earth would tremble. Even though he wasn't tall, he was as oppressive as an ancient giant. Everything was trembling because of him alone. Even though half of the Azure Dragon's body was broken, at this moment, it was incomparably excited. It threw itself over as if it had seen a relative, using its green dragon head to rub the elder's shoulder. Little Green, so many years have passed. Every time I see you, I will always think of my older brother. The shriveled elder wore beast skin clothes just like his clansmen. One of his arms was bare as he rubbed the azure dragon's head. Undying ancient war god. The heavens bless my clan. Long live the barbarian king. Undefeated in every battle, unstoppable. All the barbarian warriors excitedly roared. A few of the powerful figures in the clan revealed shocked expressions. Then they began to roar. Even they didn't think that this elder would still be alive. The barbarian king was an advanced king who had lived for 3,700 years. His vitality was at its peak, showing no signs of declining. He was the younger brother of the previous clan leader. He had disappeared for more than 1,000 years. Even the people of the clan thought that he had passed away in meditation. Who would have thought that he would appear here today? Wang Lai, I've heard of you. You injured my older brother's old companion so heavily. Today, I will take your head. The barbarian king stepped forward. Even though he wasn't tall and sturdy, his presence made everyone's hearts tremble. A barbarian king actually appeared. As expected of the barbarian war god tribe, truly terrifying. Wang Lai's heart trembled. During the ancient era, the blood of the barbarians shocked the world. Their physical bodies were unparalleled. Apart from the divine physique, they were the strongest. Such a barbarian king definitely had the blood of the barbarians flowing in his body. Just thinking about that kind of power made his scalp numb. Dark Ancestor, please take action. The people of the Wang clan shouted. They were all anxious. However, the white-haired old man sitting cross-legged in the middle of the pile of divine origin. Even though he was tall and intimidating, he didn't move at all. Whoosh! The barbarian king's speed was too fast. He disappeared in the blink of an eye and appeared beside Wang Lai. He attacked like lightning. Dazzling radiance erupted. Angry roars, berating, and divine force fluctuations spread out at the same time. Puh! In the end, a wave of blood surged. A headless corpse collapsed. The barbarian king carried Wang Lai's head and retreated, returning to his camp in an instant. The Wang clan's side was absolutely silent. Everyone's faces were pale. Meanwhile, the barbarians were all roaring loudly. Long live the barbarian king! War blood is unrivaled. An expert from the Wang clan shouted, We can't care so much anymore. Revive the holy weapon and use all of our trump cards to exterminate these barbarians. Kill the barbarian king and the divine physique. You want to kill me? Today I will kill you first. Yi Fan shouted loudly. Little brat Yi, you led tens of thousands of armored cavalry to destroy my clan's inheritance. You should be executed. A group of people berated. Whoosh! Yi Fan activated the travel formula. With the goddess furnace in his bosom, he shot out like lightning. With a PU sound, he used the army formula to take control of the enemy's weapon. He killed that expert and grabbed his head before retreating. Taking the head of the enemy from an army of 10,000 was like entering an uninhabited land. First there was the barbarian king and then there was Yi Fan. This kind of method dealt a great blow to the Wang clan. Kill, sweep through everything before you. Kill, unrivaled under the heavens. Kill, unrivaled under the heavens. The barbarian armored cavalry roared loudly, their voices shaking heaven and earth. Ka! Suddenly, on the ancient war chariot pulled by the 9 purple gold divine hoe, several large pieces of divine origin fell from the pile of divine origin. Chapter 772. In front of the divine earth, there were 9 purple gold divine hoe that were as large as elephants and dragons. The war chariot they pulled had many ancient patterns engraved on it. The pile of divine origin on it was extremely astonishing. At this moment, 4 fist-sized pieces of divine origin fell off, releasing a few light ka sounds that clearly spread throughout the battlefield. It was extremely intimidating. The roars of the barbarian race army of tens of thousands couldn't even compare to it. The entire battlefield immediately became quiet, everyone's eyes staring at the war chariot. These divine origin were not a single entity, but rather pieced together. They submerged a white-haired elder within. He was extremely imposing as he sat within. Darkness King Ancestor. Wang family's people were all stirred up, loudly calling out. Many people piously knelt down, wishing to awaken and revive the person within the pile of divine origin. On the barbarian race army's side, it was deathly silent. Not a single person spoke, all of them quietly staring at the pile of divine origin in front of them. Was a terrifying enemy about to revive? Ka! Another light sound rang out. A face-sized piece of divine origin fell off, rolling onto the ground. Even though the white-haired elder within was still lifeless, it left the entire battlefield horrified. Long live Darkness King Ancestor. Kill all the enemies and display our undying might. Darkness King, please take action and resolve our clan's calamity. Eliminate all powerful enemies and forge an unmatched legend. Heaven bless our clan, let us prosper forever. The Wang family erupted with commotion. Everyone was cheering loudly. Just now, a king-level expert had been killed by a barbarian king, and Yi Fan took the head of a great expert from the army of tens of thousands. This made their morale fall to the extreme. Now, a demon king of darkness had awakened, and this was a huge motivation for him. Kacha! This time, several dozen pieces of divine origin fell off. The white-haired elder sitting within suddenly opened his eyes. A wave of terrifying aura made the entire world tremble. Everyone's hearts palpitated. This was a pair of empty eyes without any radiance. They were like two black holes that could devour one's soul. They were ice-cold and emotionless, gloomy and dark without a trace of human emotion. Who is it that has disturbed my slumber? Has the family reached a moment of life and death? This day has finally arrived. The voice was fleeting and cold, as if it came from the underworld. Old ancestor, please take action. It is a group of barbarians from the southern mountains range that are attacking. One of our clan's great accomplishment kings has even died in battle. A great being cried out as he knelt down on the ground. Is the southern mountains barbarian tribe really that powerful that they would dare to attack a clan of the ancients? Asked the white-haired old man sitting cross-legged amidst the pile of divine source. You are the ones who are too domineering and arrogant. You have sent your troops into the southern mountains 3 times, wanting to massacre my people. Now, we are only counterattacking and protecting our people. The barbarian tribe leader shouted. Protect our tribesmen, we will trample northern plains. Tens of thousands of barbarian cavalry raised their spears towards the sky and shouted together. What a powerful primordial war god tribe. It is just like the legends, where the vanguard points, even an undying divine dynasty has to withdraw. The Dark Devil King said from within the divine essence pile. Black mist pervaded the air, gradually seeping out. His voice slowly became cold. Every word was as heavy as a mountain, striking at the hearts of the barbarian soldiers, wanting to shatter their primordial spirits. However, do you really think you can destroy a clan of the ancients? Are you not afraid of being completely wiped out here? Many barbarian soldiers couldn't endure this kind of impact and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. There were even some who directly fell off their mounts, never to get up again. Pang! The barbarian king took a step forward, causing the divine earth to tremble. A mountain range in the distance also collapsed. Many experts from the Wang family in front of him all spat out large mouthfuls of blood. They were shaken up from the ground and sent flying into the sky. Some even exploded. Isn't it just the Dark Devil King? What is there to be angry about? Do you think my barbarian race will fear you? I can kill you. The barbarian king was thin and shriveled, but his words were incomparably sonorous, possessing the power to devour mountains and rivers. The dark body was an extremely terrifying physique. Once one reached the great accomplishment stage, they would be known as the Dark Devil King. They would sweep through the world with few opponents. The barbarian race is formidable, producing a legendary barbarian king. However, you are too arrogant. A voice transmitted from the divine essence pile. Formless killing intent rushed out. Chang! In front of the divine earth, an expanse of dazzling radiance erupted, clashing with an expanse of dark light. This was the clash of the divine wills of 2 terrifying kings. Dark Devil King, if you were a saint, I would turn around and leave, but you aren't. Stop trying to flaunt your seniority. It is rumored that you have already died in meditation for 1,500 years, yet you are still struggling at death's door, using divine essence to suppress your body to hang on to your last breath. Yi Fan was shocked. He slowly understood from their words that the Dark Devil King wasn't as ancient as he had imagined. He was actually a modern expert. The Dark Devil King was already more than 5,500 years old. Of course, this wasn't his true lifespan. In reality, when he lived to 4,000 years old, he didn't have much life force left. Then he used divine essence to seal his body and engraved Tao patterns, wishing to achieve undying. Of course, the so-called undying also had a time limit. What he sealed himself with wasn't divine essence liquid, so there was no way he could last this long. Before his life force was extinguished, he reduced his body's consumption to the lowest level. Now, he had only lasted for 1,500 years, yet he was already close to his limit, about to die in meditation. He said he was 5,500 years old, but in reality, his cultivation was still 4,000 years old, and he still had his original fighting strength. Moreover, his blood energy was insufficient, about to dry up. Of course, this was already terrifying enough. Once he reached 4,000 years old, that kind of fighting strength would definitely be able to suppress the world, becoming unrivaled. Is that so? Let me see what kind of abilities this so-called barbarian king has. The Dark Devil King said coldly. How many attacks can you release? How much blood energy do you have? Coming into being today is merely because you can't protect your chastity in your old age. The barbarian king opposed with equal harshness. In his hand was a white bone club. It is still enough to support me for 2,000 exchanges. Today, I am going to cut down the so-called flesh shell unrivaled barbarian king. The Dark Devil King roared loudly, his voice shaking heaven and earth. He indeed had the qualifications to be wild. A 4,000-year-old great demon king ancestor was enough to shake heaven and earth. In an era where saints didn't appear, he could rule the world. At this moment, overflowing black mists rushed into the heavens, scattering all of the clouds in the sky. This place became a place of darkness. However, he didn't rush out of the divine source, because he didn't want to waste even a bit of his lifespan, waiting for the enemy to destroy him. He didn't have much time left in this world. The so-called trump cards would die upon seeing the light. As long as he came into being, regardless of victory or defeat, he would immediately die. Ho! A demonic roar shook heaven and earth. The entire northern plains seemed to be trembling. An unrivaled demon king appeared, formless killing intent rushing in all directions. The barbarian race army coughed out blood and retreated, all of them horrified. This was an unrivaled demon king that was even more terrifying than Wang Lai, titled Dark Darkness. No one noticed that during this process, Yi Fan was always making preparations, moving in secret. He used his feet to carve divine patterns one after another. This was Wang family's divine land, 10,000 ancient veins crisscrossing about. It was a land of soaring dragons, so there was naturally no lack of origin veins and draconic energy underground. More than 10 years had passed. When Yi Fan was free, he would study the Origin Heavenly Book. He had long surpassed his original cultivation realm, advancing towards the Yuan Taoist master level. Pang! Right at this moment, Yi Fan's feet suddenly stomped out. The dragon vein underground was revived on the spot, releasing tens of thousands of rays of light, drawing in the origin energy and activating its vitality. This was an unforeseen event that surpassed everyone's imagination. A terrifying dragon extended out from under Yi Fan's feet, connecting with the war chariot pulled by the 9 purple gold divine hoe. A shocking event occurred. The pile of divine origin pieces all began to burn, and then they suddenly collapsed. This kind of power was incomparably terrifying. In front of the Pure Land, it was as if a sun had collapsed. Tens of thousands of divine radiance rushed out, and endless radiance blossomed. No one could look straight at this. This was a great calamity. Ah! The Wang family's people screamed miserably. Those who were close to them all immediately shattered, turning into thick blood. Then they burned and turned into ashes. Loud cries rose and fell. The Wang family's people were all scared witless. They didn't feel pity for so many experts that died, but rather because of the demon king of darkness. The pile of divine origin exploded. This old ancestor was sitting at the center, bearing the brunt of the attack. He hadn't even made a move yet. Could it be that he had already been killed? This was a type of great resentment that stifled them. In the divine earth, the aura of an unmatched holy weapon surged over, covering heaven and earth, forcefully suppressing all of the erupting divine origin pieces, making this place calm down. Otherwise, this region wouldn't exist anymore. With so much divine origin burning, it was enough to turn the entire soaring dragon land into scorched earth, life force forever cut off. Ah, a white-haired elder lost an arm, his head also split open, legs also twisted. He roared towards the heavens, his entire body releasing a terrifying black mist. The demon king of darkness didn't die, his life not in danger even in this type of divine origin storm, so one could well imagine how terrifying he was. On the side, the 9 purple gold divine hoe, war chariot, and large amounts of experts were all evaporated just like that, turning into dust. Only he was left alone. Old ancestor. Wang family's people cried out loudly. This was a tremendous blow. They didn't even take action, yet their own foundational energy was already damaged, and it seemed to be quite serious. Ah! The demon king of darkness also wanted to go crazy. In the past, he had moved unhindered through the 5 regions, unmatched under the heavens, yet today, he suffered greatly. He had been unrivaled his entire life, and only 4,000 years ago in the eastern wastelands did he encounter an extremely young white-clothed divine king who shocked both past and present. He returned in defeat, his Tao heart injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to seal his own path, being suppressed by a young king with absolute power, making him lose his Tao heart. And now, it was another youngster who used this kind of method to injure him, and he sensed a similar aura from the other party's body. You also cultivate the battle saint technique. The demon king of darkness roared loudly. He turned into a streak of black light, rushing over like a madman. Well done. The barbarian king turned around to look at Yi Fan, and then he faced him with the white bone club in hand. The barbarian king and the demon king of darkness clashed. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart, divine domains colliding. They turned into 2 streaks of light, tangling together, fighting a life and death battle. In all directions, the great earth caved in, and the mountains collapsed. It was as if the world was being reopened, and all living things were destroyed. On the barbarian race's side, a stone axe hung high in the air, and thousands of strands of divine power fell down, protecting everyone inside. It was the same in the divine land. A supreme holy weapon surged with majestic aura, protecting everyone from the Wang clan. Otherwise, the battle between 2 kings might destroy everything. Kill! Behind them, the tens of thousands of barbarians raised their weapons and rode on their mounts, shouting together to cheer for the barbarian king. They were like a group of wild heavenly soldiers. And on the other side, the Wang clan was filled with anger. They were also shouting, "Kill these savages! Kill the saint physique!" They wanted nothing more than to skin Yi Fan alive. If it weren't for him, there wouldn't be such a tragedy just now. Bang! The battle on the battlefield was extremely tragic. The demon king of darkness spat out a mouthful of demonic energy, almost causing the barbarian king's chest to explode. But during this process, the barbarian king's divine might shocked the world. He swung the white bone club, using the ancient battle technique, and an earth-shattering attack landed on the enemy's waist. Pa! Half of the demon king's body was smashed. Black demonic blood flowed out, terrifying to the extreme. You think you're the so-called backing? You're inferior to someone like me who lives in the present age. The barbarian king was divine and ferocious. Even though his body was small and withered, his divine strength was matchless, his bravery unrivaled. Ah! The demon king roared angrily. He rushed into the sky, starting a great battle again. Killing intent rushed into the heavens behind him. His hair danced about chaotically, and demonic energy overflowed into the heavens. War god's fury. The barbarian king roared loudly. When he swung the white bone club, an enormous war god's void image appeared at the end of the club. He towered into the sky, roaring towards the heavens. His head of disheveled hair flew about, and his bronze-colored muscles were sturdy like coiling dragons. He roared fiercely, his anger boiling. Hong! This war god appeared at the end of the white bone club. Blood energy rushed into the heavens, pressuring the demon king until he was horrified. His entire body was cracking apart. Wang! The club smashed down, able to shatter mountains and rivers. That war god even took action, slapping down. Everything collapsed. Heaven and earth trembled. The demon king was seriously injured again, flying outwards. Many cracks appeared on his body, almost breaking apart. Darkness god descends. He also roared loudly. A black demonic god appeared behind him, its roar shaking the heavens. It threw itself over murderously, rushing towards the barbarian king. Blood splashed outwards. The barbarian king flew backwards, suffering a terrifying attack. One will severing the heavens. The barbarian king shouted loudly. He leapt up, his entire being turning into a terrifying void image. A deity walked out from the space between his brows. It was exactly the same as him, slaughtering its way out. Darkness is boundless. I am unmatched. I will descend upon the great earth. The demon king roared angrily. His entire being split into 9. 9 ancient devils rushed out, slaughtering their way over together. 2 great extreme kings clashed intensely. Kill! The ancient war god is undying, sweeping through everything before him. Kill! Long live the barbarian king, tyrannical and unmatched. The barbarian race armored cavalry all roared loudly, their aura magnificent, making others feel reverence. Darkness ancient king is unmatched, killing all enemies. Exterminate the barbarians, exterminate the holy bodies. The Wang clan was also shouting loudly, bolstering their king's prestige. And at this time, Yi Fan walked out of the crowd with the goddess furnace in his hand, walking towards the battlefield. He was the only cultivator who dared to enter the Battle of Kings. He shouted loudly, "Who dares to come out and fight? Where is Wang Ting? Wang clan's experts, do you dare to come out?" The holy body's flesh shell was unparalleled. This kind of roar resounded throughout the northern plains like heavenly thunder. Even though the Wang clan's experts were furious, not a single one dared to accept the challenge. One person stood alone in front of an army of 10,000, yet not a single one dared to come out. This scene made the barbarian race army's battle intent even higher, instantly raising their morale. Kill! Do you dare to fight? Kill! Who dares to contend against you? Kill! Tyrannical and unmatched. The tens of thousands of barbarian armored cavalry roared loudly, cheering for Yi Fan. Their aura swallowed the mountains and rivers, their voices resounding through the heavens. In the distance, the Wang clan's morale was extremely low. The demon king of darkness had been attacking for a long time without being able to take down the barbarian king and seemed to have suffered a great loss. And now, a holy body was suppressing all of them. No one dared to come out. Chapter 773. A 4,000-word-long chapter. In front of the battlefield, Yi Fan stood alone, the long sword in his hand pointed towards the sky, the edge of the sword stained with blood. No one from the Wang family dared to face him. It was absolutely silent. Where's Wang Ting? Is there anyone who dares to fight me? Yi Fan faced off against the crowd. However, no one came out. Yi Fan knew that Wang Ting was definitely not in the clan. Otherwise, with his personality, he would have come out long ago. He would not have waited until now. In front of the divine earth, the Wang family's morale was extremely low. Not a single person dared to step forward. This made many people's hearts sink, and they sighed inwardly. They had lost a type of bravery. On the other side, the barbarian king and the dark king were fighting intensely, and it was a battle of life and death. The barbarian battle chi and dark demonic energy surged out of them, and the battle between them reached its climax. Pooh! A ghastly flower of blood blossomed, a string of pitch-black blood gushing out. This was darkness demon blood, every drop piercing through the void, drawing out an expanse of Tao traces, the void images of gods and demons appearing. The Dark King's forearm was torn off by the barbarian king, and it was dripping with blood. But the Dark King was still ruthless, and his severed arm shot out demonic blood and pierced through the barbarian king's chest. 2 great kings were fighting. One was famous for thousands of years, while the other had been cultivating in seclusion in the southern mountains for thousands of years. Now that he had reappeared, it could be said that they were opposing each other. However, the expressions of the people from the Wang family were all ugly, because they knew that the King of Darkness would not be able to hold on for much longer. The so-called trump card would die the moment it was exposed. Unless they could kill the brute king quickly, they would not be able to turn the situation around. The battle became more and more intense. Both sides began to compete in their mastery of the Tao, and all kinds of secret techniques were used. At this moment, irregular scenes descended from the heavens. Sweet dew surged from the earth, lotus flowers floated in the air, and heavenly sounds of the great Tao swirled about, drowning the 2 kings underneath. Children, What are you waiting for? The time to avenge our clansmen has come. Trample the clan of the remote antiquity and wipe their names off the face of the earth. The barbarian leader waved his hand and personally blew the horn of victory. Woo woo! The ancient bullhorn let out a muffled thunder-like sound, like the low cry of a huge monster, making people's ears buzz. Tens of thousands of armored cavalry charged together. This type of scene was extremely terrifying. From the heavens above, from the earth below, it was as if a black mountain torrent had erupted. In the sky and on the ground, they were densely packed. There were human figures everywhere, and battle cries shook the heavens. Kill! Trample the clan of the ancients! Trample the Wang clan and wipe their name off the face of the world. The cavalrymen of the barbarian race roared in unison. The sky seemed to have collapsed from their stomps. It was as if tens of thousands of drums were roaring at the same time. It was deafening. Conquering an ancient family was like a fantasy to ordinary people. Normally, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. But now it really might happen. Tens of thousands of cavalrymen charged into northern plains. Stepping into Wang tribe's territory, their battle cries shook the heavens. The King of Darkness wanted to obstruct him, but it was impossible. He was now occupied by the brute king, and he could die at any moment. Kill! Yi Fan, Li Tian, and Yan Ishi also took action, charging through the sea of people, killing experts. Yi Fan had a long saber in his left hand and an iron sword in his right. He weaved about and killed everything in his way. There were young skeletons and shining white skulls. He was invincible and unstoppable. In the sky, chariots, ancient ships, and castles all rose into the air to resist the barbarian army. This was a blood-red sky, and the corpses on the ground were like mountains. In the charge of an army, unless an individual was extremely powerful, they would appear insignificant and be quickly drowned out. Yi Fan's bravery was unrivaled. He destroyed several divine cities made of gold and rushed into the divine land, fighting in all directions. Kill! This was a world of blood. It was a demonic land filled with white bones and corpses. It was filled with cruelty and blood. Any great battle was like this. What dazzling radiance! What divine halos! Those were just the decorations of the later generations. The true battlefield was filled with blood and bones. It was cruel, terrifying, and full of slaughter. There was no right or wrong. At that moment, there was only life and death. At this moment, no one could think of anything else. They could only fight to the death. For the sake of survival, they could only fight to the end and decide the victor. Kill! People shouted and beasts roared. Many people's throats had become hoarse, and their weapons were bent. Their bodies were covered in blood and wounds, but they still continued to charge. We can only reveal all of our trump cards. Even if we die as soon as we see the light and have no more fate with the Huanggu families, we have no choice. Otherwise, the extermination of the clan will be right in front of us, roared a senior elder of the Wang family. With my status as the acting clan leader, I order my great-uncles to open the eternal divine treasury and reveal all of our trump cards to annihilate all enemies. Wang Chengxian roared. A horrifying aura immediately spread out from within the divine land. A violet lightning hammer flew up, emitting a brilliance that could illuminate the ages. It was so resplendent that it was almost terrifying. This was the Wang family's unmatched holy weapon. It came from the hands of a human great sage, and it was 100 times more terrifying than the damaged hammer Yi Fan had seized. The world's great Tao and endless veins interweaved in its surroundings. There were also tens of thousands of purple lightning extending out, as if the great mist was rising. The might of this terrifying holy weapon stopped over 10,000 cavalry on the spot. It was as if it could destroy 3,000 great worlds. With a loud sound, a stone axe hung high in the air from the barbarian army. It emitted a similarly terrifying aura, as if it could pierce through the past, present, and future. It similarly interweaved with endless great Tao veins, and there were even more tens of thousands of divine power strands that protected all of the cavalry within. Pooh! An expanse of black blood blossomed. On the other side of the battlefield, the victor of the great battle between kings had been decided. The Darkness King's body broke apart, and the upper half of his body was dyed in black blood as he flew out. He was smashed into two by the barbarian king's large white bone club, and his lower half had long become a bloody paste. Ah! The Darkness King screamed loudly. Black blood gushed out from his body, and his upper body was also cracking apart. The barbarian king's divine power was astonishing. With a loud shout, the mountains and rivers trembled. He brandished the large white bone club and heavily hacked downwards. The strong winds blew the great earth several dozen zhang deep, and rubble flew into the air. He was taking advantage of his victory to pursue and attack. He didn't want to give the other party a chance to retaliate. Otherwise, the attack of a peak king before his death was extremely terrifying, and there might be unforeseen events that could happen. 9 heavens 10 earths, darkness. Sure enough, the darkness demon king released a low roar, releasing a curse-like voice. Kill! The barbarian king's voice shook the heavens. He brandished the large club and hacked downwards, forcing him to stop shouting. Chi! At the same time, a streak of green light flew over, and like an arrowhead, it pierced through the darkness king's body. The azure dragon took action at the crucial moment, and the remaining dragon horn fell off, hacking off the darkness king's head. Go to hell! The barbarian king roared loudly. The large white bone club smashed downwards, and with a pu sound, the darkness king's head was smashed to pieces. Brain matter and blood splashed everywhere, and his body and soul were both destroyed. A terrifying demon king that had cultivated for 4,000 years, and then sealed himself for 1,500 years was killed just like that. The Wang family was in chaos. With a rumbling sound, a heroic male rushed out from the purple lightning hammer within the divine earth. His eyes shot out purple lightning, and his appearance was heroic as he looked down on the world. Great Tao traces curled around his entire body. He didn't say anything and quickly pounced towards the barbarian king, wanting to kill him with a single strike. Northern Pole Immortal Light. The barbarian king was shocked. He soared into the air with extreme speed, arriving above the heavens. He held the unmatched stone axe in his hand and forcefully hacked downwards. The great sage's weapon erupted with power, covering heaven and earth as it collided with that mail. Even the sky was trembling. This mail is too terrifying. He has almost entered the realm of saints. Li Tian was alarmed. At this crucial moment, the deity within the stone axe revived and rushed out. That was a hazy sphere of light that blocked the mail. He couldn't break through. The goddess furnace revived. Yi Fan used it to protect the barbarian race soldiers out of fear that the Wang family's other trump cards would rush out to attack. That heroic male was extremely terrifying. He confronted the deity within the stone axe, making heaven and earth collapse as the power wreaked havoc in all directions. Finally, a moment later, he gradually became indistinct and slowly disappeared, no longer existing. The divine light entered the stone axe. The barbarian king coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, suffering serious injuries. Even with the protection of the great sage's weapon, he still almost died. One could imagine just how terrifying that male was. I never expected your Wang family's trump cards to have a strand of Arctic immortal light. The barbarian king stopped his bleeding and swallowed a precious pill to recover his vitality. Many people were shocked. Even the Wang family themselves didn't know that the clan had this type of trump card. Arctic immortal light, also known as undying light, could merge with one's primordial spirit and maintain its undying state. When necessary, it could release a heaven-shocking attack. However, as soon as it released an attack, its Tao would scatter. It could only exist for a short period of time and couldn't last long. Normally, it would be suppressed by an unmatched holy weapon, never appearing in the world again. Only the North had it, and only a single strand would ascend every 100,000 years. From the ancient times until now, only a few people had seen it. This was the first time they saw someone merge with the Tao with the Arctic immortal light. The one who collected and refined the Arctic immortal light still hasn't completely become a saint. Otherwise, I would have already become dust. The barbarian king said to himself. The Wang family having this type of trump card exceeded everyone's expectations. The barbarian race cavalry retreated. Under the protection of the stone axe and goddess furnace, they temporarily stopped their attacks. Everything we have to kill all of the barbarians. Wang Chengxian and the others became anxious. Several dozen great experts were almost completely wiped out, and 2 of their trump cards were damaged. If they didn't reverse the situation, their clan would definitely be wiped out. Everyone from the Wang family retreated into the divine earth. They activated the purple lightning hammer together, releasing millions and millions of streaks of radiance. The holy weapon completely revived, as if an ancient saint had revived. A streak of purple radiance rushed into the heavens. At this moment, it was unknown just how many great powers in the northern plains were horrified. Many experts looked towards the distant horizon, watching that streak of purple radiance. Roar! Several tens of thousands of cavalry gathered together, activating the stone axe together. There was similarly a vast amount of holy force that erupted, and this weapon also revived. There's still this one for us. Yi Fan shouted loudly. He activated the goddess furnace, suspending it high up in the sky. It was impossible for a single person to completely revive a holy weapon, but with several tens of thousands of cavalry working together, it was different. Blood energy surged. Everyone activated it together, and the goddess furnace also released dazzling radiance. Moreover, right at this moment, it completely enlarged, immediately filling the sky. It was no longer the size of a fist like it was in Yi Fan's palm. Right now, this was its true body, one that could crush the heavens. Wang family's people's faces all became snow white, all of them trembling. Two of the great sages' weapons appeared at the same time. This was just too horrifying. They only had a single holy weapon, so how were they supposed to contend against it? Don't be scared, my clan's backing is deep, they cannot win. My clan has more than 10 types of backing, we won't be defeated. We have invited the clan's most powerful backing. Even if rivers of blood flow in this world, tens of millions of corpses, this is the only thing we can do. Wang family's people roared loudly, carrying out the final struggle. The purple lightning hammer flickered with radiance. A sparkling and translucent snow-like source block flew out from the inner world it evolved. Yi Fan was shocked. This was definitely a divine source, but it was different from the common ones. It wasn't dazzling, instead resplendent like stars, the radiance gentle. In the past, a beautiful young lady was cut out from Northern Domain Divine City, sealed precisely within this type of divine source. Right now, there was a vicious beast inside this divine source. Its appearance was terrifying, with 3 heads. The center was a dragon head, the 2 sides were respectively an ape head and a bird head. It wasn't that large, only 2 meters or so in length. Its entire body was covered densely in scales that were like divine metal. It was sturdy and powerful, incomparably intimidating. As soon as it appeared, it trembled, and then a wave of world-covering aura spread outwards. Half of the people immediately fell weak onto the ground. This is my clan's most powerful backing. If you all can win, then we'll admit defeat and wait for your clan to be wiped out. Otherwise, all of you can just die. Wang family's leaders roared crazily. Right now, they seem to have truly gone mad. Archaic ancestral beast. Barbarian King was shocked. Why do I feel as if it is as great as a saint's aura? Li Tian felt his blood run cold. You all actually used an unmatched holy weapon to protect this type of ancestral beast. If it is allowed to appear, rivers of blood will flow. It will unleash a massacre everywhere. Barbarian clan leader shouted. You all forced us to do this, everyone can just die. Wang family's people roared crazily. Not necessarily. No matter how much backing you all have, my barbarian clan does not fear you all. We only need a war god. Barbarian King shouted loudly. The stone axe in the sky opened up its small world. A tall male that was sealed within divine origin appeared, looking like a war god. This was a complete piece of divine origin liquid, clearly condensed from divine origin liquid. There wasn't a single crack on it, 2 meters tall. Inside of it was a bold and powerful male that was 30 to 40 years of age. His beard was like steel needles, wide mouth, large eyes, skin a bronze color. He wore beast skin clothes, looking like a reincarnated war god. What? Formed from divine origin liquid, not dying even after seeing light, this type of backing. Wang family's people were in despair, because they sensed a type of aura that could suppress that ancestral beast, making it tremble. Wang. This war god-like male, even though his body was within the divine origin block right now, he seemed to have woken up, immediately intimidating heaven and earth, making all directions tremble. Long live war ancestor. Long live the 17th generation ancestor. All of the barbarian clan soldiers were shouting, their voices ringing through heaven and earth. This war godlike male didn't break out of the divine origin block, rushing forward together with the origin block. The unmatched might almost made everyone kneel down on the ground. That beast ancestor didn't break out of the divine origin block either. It rose into the air, turning around to run. One could well imagine how scared it was inside. Everyone in Wang family was in despair. They knew that the great calamity of their clan's extermination had descended. Even if they used all of their trump cards, they were still powerless to reverse the situation. That war god was unstoppable. Wang family is finished. Yifan knew that there was no way for a miracle to happen. The barbarian race's trump cards were truly world-shocking. This battle was about to come to an end. The 5 regions were about to be shaken. A magnificent feat that hadn't been done in 100,000 years, trampling over an ancient family. An undying inheritance was about to reach its end. Chapter 774. Kill. Corpses were everywhere, blood formed rivers, and mountains were shattered. There were armored cavalry everywhere. Banners fluttered in the wind, and murderous shouts shook the heavens. The great army trampled on the Wang family. The great battle had already reached its final juncture. The barbarian army bravely charged into the Pure Land. There had never been a battle that was beautiful. This was a blood-stained painting, full of slaughter and death. The scene in that instant was enough to make one suffocate. Ah! A miserable cry rang out. A half-step expert was cut in half, and an armored cavalry charged through the 2 halves of the corpse. Pooh! An expert took action, cutting off the barbarian cavalry's head. He also cut the beast in half, bringing with it a rain of blood. The corpses fell from the sky. Pa! A wolf-tooth club smashed down, smashing a middle-aged man's head into pieces. Red blood and white brain matter mixed together, creating a ghastly sight. Hong long glong. A golden war chariot rushed over, leaving behind a brilliant brilliance in the sky. It crushed the barbarian army, and immediately, a group of armored cavalry became a bloody paste. Broken bones flew everywhere, creating a ghastly sight. A true battlefield would not make people sigh in admiration at the magnificence of mountains and rivers. If one had to use the word majestic to describe it, then this painting had corpses lying on the ground as the background, white bones and blood as the brush, and the withering of the flower of life as decoration. There was only cruelty. Several thousand armored cavalry charged into the divine land. The stone axe and goddess furnace hung high in the sky, blooming flowers of Tao. Petals bloomed one after another, shooting out streaks of light that pierced through the clouds. Divine sounds reverberated, protecting everyone from being crushed by the opposing holy weapons. Kill! At this time there were no other sounds, only shouts of killing. After breaking through the divine land, the battle became more and more desperate. The weapons of the human race's great sage began to clash. From time to time, traces of the great Tao would rush out, piercing through the 9 heavens and forming new small worlds. Holy light descended, covering the sky. Earth, fire, wind, and water rotated, as if they were splitting the world apart, striking out with chaotic energy. The war chariots and ancient ships in the sky broke apart and were destroyed. The armored cavalry were also swept through from time to time, turning into bloody mist. There were casualties on both sides. Even if the saint weapons of both sides were protecting their own people, they would still be breached from time to time, resulting in a tragic scene. Of course, the Wang clan's situation was even worse. On the barbarian side, 2 of the great sage's weapons were unleashed, suppressing their violet lightning hammers. The divine land was on the verge of collapse. Among them, there were a few damaged saint weapons, but they were of no use at all. In front of a true saint weapon, they were just like crude primitive weapons. Let's go. Where there's life, there's hope. Today, my clan has been attacked. In the future, I will make you pay with 10 times the price of blood. Many experts from the Wang family roared loudly. There were many formation platforms in the divine earth that could allow them to travel through the void. They prepared to abandon their foundation and retreat. You still want to leave? Go ahead and try. The barbarian tribe leader shouted. All types of radiance surged. The formation platforms were all activated, but not a single one could open up a realm gate. All of them were ineffective, and the void path seemed to have been severed. How could this be? The Wang family's people were in despair. Many people cried out miserably. They didn't even have a single path of life left. They were all restricted, unable to open up. Before attacking the Wang family, the barbarians had already made detailed arrangements. Even if they defeated this great clan, it would still be extremely terrifying if they were allowed to escape. If a Huanggu family went crazy, the barbarians would definitely face many disasters in the future. As a result, the moment they attacked, the barbarian race's ancient formation banners sealed up the void. Let's die together. Drag them down with us. There were also unyielding people from the Wang family. They roared crazily, wanting the barbarians to die with them. Let's all perish together. Ashes to ashes. Ashes to ashes. Many people were infected. Their expressions were sinister, and they almost went crazy. The entire divine earth was shining and about to burn. All of the Wang family's divine sources, ancient weapons, and divine formations were going to be destroyed. They were going to evaporate and burn away. If it were to explode, it would be a force that could destroy the world. Imperial divine weapons, tens of thousands of experts, broken holy weapons, and great formations were all extremely terrifying. Once they were set ablaze, the barbarian army would also wither away. However, it was difficult for all of this to come true, because there was a barbarian warrior in the sky. This was the Southern Mountains barbarian race's trump card. While suppressing the archaic ancestral beast, he was also paying attention to what was happening below. A thick streak of battle chi surged down from the heavens, immediately submerging the entire divine earth. All of the restlessness and radiance were restrained. The heavens are going to exterminate my clan. How could it be like this? Can't we even drag the enemy down with us? Many people from the Wang family roared. Their expressions were all distorted, and they were full of unwillingness. If my clan is exterminated, a great disaster will befall you all in the future. The southern mountains will be slaughtered until not even bones remain. Not even a blade of grass will grow. The Wang family's people cursed. Correct, the archaic king race will appear in the world. You all have destroyed my Wang family's divine earth. In the future you will all be massacred. Everyone from the Wang family laughed cruelly. The barbarian clan leader loudly said, I already knew that you all were in cahoots with the archaic race. Today, I will eliminate you all to prevent you all from becoming a great disaster in the future. The barbarian king also spoke. The archaic king race won't launch a large-scale attack on the human race. I fear that all of your hopes will be dashed. Ancient ancestors' weapon, please burn and destroy all enemies. My clan's great sage's weapon, please follow the will of our ancestors and protect our king race. We will burn indiscriminately with our enemies. Many people from the Wang family knelt down, prostrating themselves towards the sky and kowtowing towards the purple lightning hammer. At the same time, many elders muttered to summon their final trump card. Even though they knew that doing this was useless and that they couldn't resist the divine might of the war god's palm, they still wanted to bring it out and carry out their final madness. The purple lightning hammer flourished. Purple energy surged and the aura of the great Tao pervaded the air. It was as if it could pierce through the endless heavens. It truly wanted to burn indiscriminately with the other two holy weapons. Everything is useless, Yi Fan indifferently said. The barbarian race's army of tens of thousands activated the goddess furnace and the stone axe at the same time to carry out their final resistance. They weren't afraid of the Wang family's madness at all. Moreover, the most important thing was that there was still an ancient war god in the sky. At this moment, he had already suppressed the archaic ancestor beast. He was like a mount beside him as he descended. Clang! The stone axe left behind by the barbarian race's great sage soared into the sky and hovered in front of the divine source block. It immediately erupted with a terrifying aura. This ancient man was activating it alone, and it was much more terrifying than the tens of thousands of cavalrymen. Wang! The stone axe split the sky and pressed downwards. The purple lightning hammer immediately trembled. Under the true divine might, it didn't have a suitable master to wield it, so it couldn't resist. The so-called trump card that flew out from the purple lightning hammer's world turned into ashes one after another. People didn't even see clearly what it was before they were destroyed by the ancient man. Ah, no! The people of the Wang family screamed in agony. However, all of this was useless. The thousands of words of the losers couldn't compare to a single glance from the winner. They were all in despair. The purple lightning hammer wanted to burn. As long as the spirit inside could escape, it even wanted to self-destruct. However, it was useless. Wang! The void shook. Under the control of the ancient war god, the stone axe opened up a small world inside and swallowed the purple lightning hammer. The horrifying vibrations in the sky and earth disappeared. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the ancient man and the subdued archaic ancestor beast also entered the stone axe and disappeared. The giant axe returned to the sky above the barbarian race's army with a divine aura. At this moment, the situation had been decided. The Wang family had lost all their trump cards and their sacred weapon. They had no way to reverse the situation. Trample the northern plains and sweep the Wang family. We will accomplish a great feat and conquer an immortal inheritance. We will take revenge for our people and raise the prestige of our race. Kill. Flatten the desolate families of the northern plains. Everything had been settled. The situation couldn't be changed anymore. The barbarian king waved the white bone club in his hand and ordered his soldiers to charge forward. The sky was filled with cavalrymen as they rushed into the divine land. Children, the next battle belongs to you. I will watch you fight from here. You will experience the baptism of the flames of war. The barbarian king flew into the sky and stood under the dark clouds as he shouted to everyone. A magnificent army trampling the Wang family. It became a reality at this moment. The barbarian race army was invincible as they slaughtered their way into the divine land. With every step they took, there would be more corpses. The army was defeated like a landslide. The Wang family was as anxious as stray dogs and as frightened as fish that had been caught in a net. They had long lost the will to fight and escaped, leaving behind a large number of corpses. At this moment, there was nothing that could stop the advance of the tens of thousands of cavalrymen. The fate had been decided. In front of them, there were all kinds of ancient watchtowers. One didn't need to think to know that this was the accumulation of the Wang family for hundreds of thousands of years. There would definitely be countless divine objects and treasures. Yi Fan stood in the sky with the barbarian tribe leader and the old barbarian king. Li Tian and Yan Yishi also stood in front. It's time. According to the original plan, we will send the news out and let the magnificent army enter the northern plains. Yi Fan said. As one of the desolate-era aristocratic families, the Wang family controlled the northern plains and looked down on the world. As one of the most ancient and powerful forces, they naturally had many powerful enemies. Before the battle, Yi Fan had considered whether he should ally with those people or not. However, he gave up in the end. Because the Wang family had accumulated power for a long time, those people definitely wouldn't dare to respond and might even leak the news. Now that the general situation had been decided, it was time to inform those people. It was time for them to display their brilliance and carry out the final purge and pursuit. Barbarian King said, "Let's go and take a look at the various ancient watchtowers of the Wang family. There is no need to talk about the ancient scriptures of the human race's great sage. There might even be divine weapons refined there. There might even be one or two ancient emperor scriptures." Before daybreak, the magnificent army had already entered the northern plains in the middle of the night. It was unknown how many powerful forces had arrived, but the entire northern plains was trembling. "Brat Yi, this move of yours is truly ruthless. The Wang family is completely finished. Even if there are some fish that escape the net, they won't be able to escape the pursuit of those powerful enemies. From now on, they will be erased from the Wang family," Li Tian said. An immortal inheritance was truly coming to an end. On this night, the world was shaken and the 5 regions were in an uproar. A desolate-era aristocratic family had been destroyed. It was like a legend had been destroyed. After 100,000 years, someone had once again performed such a magnificent feat, trampling over a desolate-era aristocratic family and shocking the world with a single battle. Saint Physique, it's actually him who led tens of thousands of cavalry to trample the Wang family. The news had never been as fast as it was today. It could be said to be extremely urgent. In just half a night, it had already spread to all the major regions. Chapter 775. Inside the divine earth, ancient watchtowers were majestic and enormous palaces were everywhere. A group of barbarian race soldiers broke through great halls one after another. Inside, there was dense mist swirling about and multicolored light rising. Immortal energy was hazy and there were treasures everywhere. Another ancient great hall was broken through. After entering, precious light rushed into the heavens. Divine beads floated about one after another, engraved with Tao markings. They were brilliant like stars, and one's cultivation speed could be doubled here. The barbarian race soldiers cried out in alarm. They had never seen these precious treasures before. Normally, they lived with strange birds and vicious beasts, living in the boundless great wastelands. A wolf-tooth club was enough to accompany them. When another enormous palace was broken through, divine splendor rushed into the heavens. There were piles and piles of divine sources, so dazzling that one couldn't open their eyes. There were fists, heads, faces, and all kinds of different colors. They were like suns suspended in the sky, dazzling and moving. Wang family had ruled the northern plains for hundreds of thousands of years. From the ancient times until now, it was unknown just how many treasures they had accumulated. It was naturally shocking. Inside the divine earth, there was already very little resistance. Blood dyed the pure land and skeletons covered the ground. Armored horses rumbled as they trampled over the corpses of experts. This was the result of a clan being wiped out. All of the glory was no longer important. After a flourishing era, there was only endless sorrow. Everything that had happened was recorded in blood, and now, only sorrow remained. When a palace was blasted open, there were large amounts of ancient weapons that released zhang noises. Many of them rushed into the sky, wishing to fly in all directions, trying to escape. This was an armory. Every single item had long developed intelligence, and any one of them would fetch a sky-high price in an auction. It could be said that taking down this armory was too important for the barbarian race. They urgently needed it, and many people's eyes were about to pop out. When another enormous palace was broken through, medicinal fragrance wafted through the air, rousing the weary cultivator's spirits. There were all types of jade bottles that flickered with clear splendor. There were even many pill furnaces that released spirals of fragrance that refreshed one's mind. It was unknown just how many precious pills there were. Wang family's accumulation was too abundant. There were hundreds to thousands of ancient palaces, and when all of the treasures were added together, it was hard to imagine. This was the accumulation of over 100,000 years, and there were countless precious materials of all types. There were many rare treasures that were unheard of, and they flickered with brilliance, causing one to be dazzled and almost lose oneself. There were mountains of origin stones, tens of thousands of years old ancient medicines, damaged sacred weapons, profound and immortal ancient scriptures, and mysterious ancient killing formations. This was a divine treasury. After conquering a clan of the desolate era, their wealth and collection were so dazzling that it was enough to make one petrified. They stood there in a daze. What legendary treasures! What immortal legacies! Compared to a clan of the ancients, all of them seemed shabby and incomparable. The barbarian warriors were all very simple, but at this time, they were also about to lose themselves. Many of them were in a trance. Compared to the wild beasts that accompanied them in the deep mountains and ancient ridges, what they saw in front of them was too extravagant and dreamy. Moreover, all of this belonged to them. It was just so unreal. They had long gotten used to living a primitive life of eating raw meat and drinking blood, walking through the mountains and forests. Now that they were being attacked by such a rare treasure, it left them feeling extremely bewildered. The barbarian king knitted his brows. He stood on top of a palace and roared, "Children, don't let your iron-like will waver because of what you see. I brought you here to fight for two reasons. One is to take revenge for our clansmen, and the other is to train the soldiers. Let everyone experience the baptism of blood and fire. Only then can you become a true barbarian warrior. Because in the future, we might have even more vicious battles to fight. This is only the prelude to a magnificent story. Everything is just a rehearsal, and we will use this battle to temper you." As these words came out, it was as if they were filled with wisdom, causing all the barbarian warriors to become vigilant. Their eyes regained clarity, and each and every one of them became solemn. Several ancient pines towered into the clouds. As the cold wind blew past, the pines rustled like the cries of the sea. In front of an old tree that resembled a horned dragon, there was a mottled stone hall. On display were the scriptures and secret manuals left behind by the experts of the Wang clan. Yi Fan stood in front of the window, earnestly studying an ancient scripture. For a moment, he was immersed in a wondrous state, unable to extricate himself. Yan Yishi and Li Tian were also flipping through the books. The barbarian tribe leader was earnestly searching on the other side. The ground was a mess, and many ancient books had been destroyed. The Wang clan hurriedly retreated, wanting to destroy this place. However, they were discovered by the experts at the first moment. They did not succeed completely, and many ancient scrolls were left behind. Found it! After an unknown period of time, Yi Fan woke up with a start. He discovered that Li Tian, the barbarian tribe leader, Xianxia, and the others were all covered in blood. The barbarian king stood at the side with his stone axe in hand. His chest was heaving up and down. Evidently, he had used his saint weapon to block the attack. They opened up a mysterious ancient cave, and inside, there were several scriptures floating. An ancient scripture written by a human great sage. The first scripture was quickly taken by them. It was heavy in their hands, and no one knew what material it was made of. It seemed like gold, but not gold, and seemed like wood, but not wood. After opening the ancient book, they were immediately attracted. This was a scripture written by the Wang clan's founding ancestor. Inside, the highest secret technique of the clan was recorded. It was profound and unfathomable. This was definitely a great harvest. The scriptures of a human great sage could allow a clan to flourish to this day. The various profound mysteries within were worth a lifetime of study. Soon after, the other scriptures were also opened. They were left behind by several saints who had created their own scriptures, and they were also ancient scriptures. Not all saints could open up their own paths. Only a few exceptional geniuses could do so. However, those who could leave behind their orthodoxies were all extremely terrifying, and they elaborated on different great daos and secret techniques of the world. The last scroll caused a great commotion among them. All of their expressions became solemn, and even the barbarian king squeezed his way forward. The ancient chaos scripture. These 3 words seemed to have a strange magical power. It attracted their primordial spirits, wanting to enter it. This was an ancient scripture left behind by the ancient Chaos Emperor. When Wang Tang was young, he was once carried away by an immortal crane and obtained the inheritance of the ancient Chaos Emperor. There was no need to think too much to know that this was brought back by him. It was hard for them to calm down. They seriously flipped through it, and all of them felt some regret. Only the first 3 scrolls of the Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, and 4 Extremes were missing. The 2 scrolls of Dragon Transformation and Immortal Foundation were also missing. There were also no world-shaking secret techniques created by the ancient Chaos Emperor. Up until now, Yi Fan didn't lack any cultivation techniques. What he desired the most was the final part of the ancient scripture left behind by the ancient Chaos Emperor. It was rumored that there were supreme forbidden techniques within. The barbarian race leader laughed. Those who were content would always be happy. After conquering a great clan of the desolate era, the treasures of over 100,000 years ago were all world-shaking spoils of war. There was nothing for him to feel pity about. Little brother Yi, take a look and make a copy of the scripture. The barbarian race leader spoke. Yi Fan, Li Tian, and Xianxia naturally wouldn't act pretentious. They walked up and earnestly studied the scripture. They didn't lack cultivation techniques, but they wanted to find something that could enlighten them. On this night, the flames of war soared into the sky all over the northern plains. War cries rang out incessantly. The Wang clan was a colossus with deep roots and flourishing branches. They had countless businesses and Dao halls all over the northern plains, but all of them had become targets. When they were at their peak, no one dared to provoke them, but now that they were flattened by the barbarian race, all of their enemies rushed out. The flames of war raged on in the northern plains. Even the great sects that had no enmity with the barbarian race made their move. Everything was for the sake of profit. All kinds of origin mines, cultivation treasured lands, auction houses with world-shaking materials. All of these places had become battlefields. Even the Wang clan's divine land had been uprooted, so how could the people of these places resist? Of course, the battle wouldn't end so quickly. It could be predicted that there would be all kinds of battles and pursuits for a long time to come. The Wang clan had been wiped out. On this night, a magnificent army entered the northern plains. The powers from other regions were definitely first-rate sects, or else they wouldn't have been able to fight across regions. Many people went straight for the Wang clan's divine land in order to obtain the greatest benefits. There were ancient scriptures, peerless holy weapons, and countless resources. Heavenly treasures, chariots, ancient ships, royal weapons, and ancient medicines were piled up into mountains. It was a peerless divine treasury. Not to mention swallowing everything. Even a small portion of the soup was enough to benefit them endlessly. After all, the Wang clan was once an immortal clan. However, the great sects could only watch with jealousy. The barbarian race unceremoniously took out the human race's great sage's stone axe and hung it outside the divine land. Anyone who dared to charge in would definitely be hacked down. In addition, people learned of a terrifying fact. The Wang clan's sacred-level immemorial beast was suppressed by the barbarian race. When they thought of this result, everyone was terrified. The great sects could only watch from afar. Not a single person dared to charge in. To be able to flatten an ancient clan, the strength of these armored horsemen was terrifying. No one wanted to touch bad luck. In the Divine Land, huge warships rose into the sky one after another and entered the realm gate. Each ship was filled with heavenly treasures, illuminating the world with their radiance. People were incomparably jealous, but no one dared to rob them. They could only stare blankly. Fortresses made of refined gold also rose into the sky. The powerful war tools left behind by the Wang clan were all taken by the barbarian race. Every ancient fortress was filled with origin stones, ancient medicines, weapons, and divine materials. This kind of harvest was unimaginable. They wouldn't be able to exhaust it no matter how many lifetimes passed. The barbarian king had once roared, telling the later generations not to lose their minds in material desires. However, at this moment, he couldn't help but sigh. The harvest was too great. Hundreds and thousands of ancient chariots, warships, and ancient castles rose into the sky, but they still couldn't transport all of these things. In the end, they had no choice but to collect them through the small world within the saint. The treasures that were like mountains and seas disappeared one after another. In the end, the barbarian king was very thorough. He moved all of the ancient palaces and foundations, collecting them into the stone axe. So fucking thorough. This is really scraping 3 feet of earth. No, it's 30 zhang of earth. Not even a strand of hair is left behind. In the distance, the great sects guarding the surroundings were all disappointed. Some couldn't help but grumble angrily, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. One day and one night later, the barbarian race army completely withdrew. Many great sects entered the Divine Land and began another carpet search. That was because the resources of the Huanggu families were too deep. Who knows, there might be some treasures left behind. These people could be said to have scraped the earth 300 zhang. They were even more thorough than the barbarian race army. What was shocking was that a few great sects really did dig out secret rooms and obtained many great treasures. In the southern mountains, Wang Teng went crazy. His hair was disheveled as he stood on top of an ancient emperor's chariot. His eyes were like those of a wild beast as he let out a mournful cry. His expression was incomparably sinister. He entered the southern mountains specifically to kill Yi Fan. Who would have thought that in one night, Yi Fan would lead the barbarian race army into the northern plains and flatten his clan? He really came back. On a precipice in the southern mountains, Li Xiaoman's white clothes fluttered in the wind. Her eyes were cold as she gazed into the distant northern plains. Little Yi, you led tens of thousands of armored cavalry to flatten a Huanggu family. In the eastern wasteland, Ji family's little moon's eyes flickered with light as she gazed into the distance. This accomplishment shook the world. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was unknown how many great powers were terrified, but Central Prefecture's Yinyang sect was the most fearful. In the northern region of the eastern wasteland, an ancient mountain was like a demonic wall that separated the 9 heavens and 10 earths. A man's figure was indistinct with his hands behind his back. He muttered to himself, "The human race's saint physique is somewhat interesting. It's worth it for me to kill him." Chapter 776. The Bone-Chilling Wind and the Bleeding Prairie. Half a month had passed, but the northern lands were still engulfed in the flames of war. All kinds of battles and pursuits were still going on. A colossus that had towered for more than 100,000 years completely collapsed. Several dozen to over 100 tigers and wolves rushed over, tearing and fighting over it, breaking it down. This was a blood-soaked scene. The Divine Land collapsed, and the clan was exterminated. The Wang family that had ruled the northern plains since the desolate antiquity era had become history. An even more complicated power structure was formed, and they all hunted down the Wang family that had fallen into the net. This was a tacit understanding. The new overlord would definitely trample over the bones of the previous overlord. If the descendants of the previous overlord were not completely wiped out, they would not be able to eat and sleep in peace. During this half a month, the whole world was shaken. The destruction of a desolate antiquity family had far-reaching effects. For ordinary people, this was like the overthrow of the ancient heaven. It was almost like a myth. Even the so-called immortal would reach its end one day. An inheritance that had accumulated power for a long time and could look down on the world had been severed just like that. His fall was so sudden that smoke and dust flooded the world. Half a month had passed, but people were still in a state of shock. This was a world-shocking wave that shook the whole world. The barbarian race cavalry was so powerful. Tens of thousands of them had entered the northern plains and destroyed a desolate antiquity family. This was the topic everyone talked about, and they were all excited. How many years had it been since such a major event had happened? In the post-desolate antiquity era, this was enough to be ranked among the most influential events. The name Yifan seemed to possess a strange power. After it spread throughout the 5 regions, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. After disappearing for 12 years, he had returned to this world. This in itself contained a shocking secret. Otherwise, how could he have returned? Only the great ancient emperors and the human race's great sage had this kind of ability. Moreover, not long after his return, he broke through in a fit of anger and led the barbarian race army into the northern plains. He flattened the Wang family's divine land and destroyed an ancient family. 12 years ago, the rumors of Yifan were mainly in the eastern wasteland and some parts of the central plains. Now, his achievements shook the whole world, and everyone in the 5 regions knew about him. From this day forth, there was not a single cultivator on this ancient planet who did not know of the name Yifan. Such a world-shaking battle had become an unreachable legend. Everyone was discussing this. The great sects were all thinking to themselves. The entire world was rising and falling with great waves. The power and terror of the barbarian race made the people of the world tremble, especially the sects of the southern mountains. They were all a bit scared. They actually didn't know that there was a group of barbarian warriors deep in the mountains. Perhaps, only the Demon King Palace knew that this frightening force had never been severed. It had always existed since ancient times, just that it was very low-key. It was hard for the world to know what kind of terrifying foundation the Wang family had, but the fact that they had a sacred-level archaic ancestral beast was already widely known. In this post-desolate era, saints were mostly legends and rarely seen. For there to be a living ancestral beast like this was just too shocking. It could definitely slaughter everything. However, even such a powerful barbarian army was suppressed by the barbarian army. One could well imagine how terrifying these barbarians were. Even the Holy Lands with extreme Tao Emperor weapons were horrified. The storm continued. Everywhere was in heated discussion, and the whole world was paying attention. Yifan's powerful return and the fact that he dared to uproot a desolate era family made the blood of many youngsters boil. Who didn't want to be successful when they were young and leave their name in history? Many people left their sects and began to walk in the world. This battle affected many aspects. According to the statistics of many great sects, the number of local expeditions increased by several times. It was as if the prelude to a chaotic era had begun. In the eastern wasteland, Yao Guang's Saint Child stood under a divine waterfall. His entire body was enveloped by 108 divine rings. Even his hair was golden, and his eyes were as deep as the ocean as he gazed at the distant northern plains. In the northern region, many archaic imperial clans appeared, making many great powers restless. They felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles, and they wanted nothing more than to move their clans. In the Jiang family, Jiang Yifei's clothes were as white as snow. His face was like jade, and his black eyes contained wisdom. He was elegant and handsome. At this moment, he was standing on a towering mountain that reached the clouds. He muttered to himself, Yuan Gu might make a move, and Huang Shudao most likely won't leave the mountain. In the divine city, a Taoist with disheveled hair wore a tattered Taoist robe. He was drunk and said, "Who am I? Who is the divine body? And who are all of you?" He pointed at the people around him. Everyone retreated in horror, as if they were avoiding ghosts and gods. They fled in all directions. He is the divine silkworm Taoist. Everyone only had this sentence to remind everyone they knew. They all ran far away, and not a single person dared to stay behind. Fire Qilin Child pays his respects to the secret land of the past. Outside Origin Ancient Mine, a figure stood alone. He was like an undying great mountain that had existed since ancient times. The pressure he gave off made it hard for others to breathe, and the heavens were about to collapse. He had already stood in front of Origin Ancient Mine for 7 days without taking a single step inside. In the end, he turned around and left. It was as if he had merged with the great Tao of heaven and earth, disappearing into the horizon. Southern mountains, on a beautiful mountain peak, a silver waterfall poured down. Green pines were verdant, strange rocks stood tall, and flowers bloomed like a brocade. There was a male who was aloof and otherworldly, handsome and flawless like an exiled immortal. His blue clothes fluttered about as he sat on a stone cliff. His 10 fingers nimbly moved across a zither, playing a heavenly melody. In his surroundings, hundreds of birds worshipped him, descending one after another. All types of flowers bloomed just for him, fragrance wafting through the air, flower petals sparkling. Dong! The final zither string descended, releasing a rumbling sound. It was different from all of the wonderful sounds from before. An enormous black hole appeared in the sky, terrifying beyond compare, completely devouring the mountain ridge below. Divine Body's source, I've waited for 12 years. You finally returned. Hua Yunfei said calmly, and then he stood up. On a cliff several thousand li out, a white-clothed beauty sat there. There were 365 golden whirlpools swirling around her body, every single one of them containing a golden deity, sinister and terrifying. After a long time, she opened her eyes and shot out 2 dazzling beams of light, dyeing the flowers all over the mountain with a layer of golden light. It was incomparably resplendent and beautiful, but in the blink of an eye, they all turned into fine powder with a popping sound. The Yin-Yang sect of the Central Plains was all silent. The earth-shattering unforeseen event that happened recently made them restless. Many disciples were even more frightened. Yi Fan, this demon, had returned and actually attacked an ancient clan. If he led the barbarian cavalry here, how could they resist? Every young disciple was scared. Of course, there were also great sects that were sharpening their blades, preparing to kill Yi Fan. The divine sons and daughters of the 2 ancient assassin dynasties had long since entered the southern mountains. As soon as Yi Fan appeared, they would launch a thunderous attack. The divine sons of the past dared to kill the various kings head-on. Moreover, they had always walked in the shadows and were famous for their assassinations. Prove the Tao through killing, achieve immortality. In the depths of the southern mountains, 2 illusory figures shouted at the same time. Then, who knew how many mountains and ridges around them collapsed and turned into stone powder? A shocking murderous intent shook the heavens and spread throughout the vast wilderness. It was incomparably terrifying. Then, the man and woman went their separate ways and disappeared. The southern mountains' barbarian tribe was still the same during this half a month. Ancient trees covered the sky, and above the tribe, ferocious birds were circling like dragons. It was a prehistoric scene. During these days, there was a continuous stream of visits from great sections. The battle in the northern plains had shaken the world, and all the major powers were trembling in fear. All of them wanted to know the truth. The barbarians had their own way of doing things, so most of them didn't see them. But today, they made an exception and received a group of esteemed guests from the eastern barbarian Ji clan. That brat really didn't come back with us. He stayed in the northern plains and will appear after a while, an old man from the barbarian tribe explained. Ji Ziyue wrinkled her nose and said discontentedly, "What is he doing?" Little Yi wants to find Tu Fei. It's been 16 or 17 years. He was teleported to the northern plains, and we haven't heard from him since. Inside a big ice block, Li Heishui was corroded by the dark light. His wounds were getting worse. All right, I'll wait here for him to come back. Ji Ziyue supported her chin, sitting on a stone platform and watching the prehistoric creatures. Her crescent eyes blinked curiously. Don't worry. Big brother Yi will come back. He said he would take me to kill Zi Tiandu to take revenge for my brother. Dongfang Man smiled honestly. The bleak moonlight, the cold wind, the bleak prairie, the blood-stained future, and the end of the hero. Yi Fan hadn't left the northern plains yet. He was traveling with Yan Yishi and Li Tian. They saw many battles. Armies from different places had entered the northern plains, slaughtering unceasingly. The slaughter was coming to an end. During these days, they had killed some powerful enemies. They were all the top experts who had escaped from the Wang family. Tu Fei, where have you been? Which corner did the Black Emperor teleport you to? Yi Fan wanted to find this old friend. Pang Bo and Monkey were still alive. They didn't know where they had gone. The others had received bad news, and they had to wait for the cruel confirmation. No one was chasing after them, but they couldn't find Yi Fan. At this moment, all the enemies were focusing on him. They must be preparing to kill him. Thus, he didn't hurry to go back. If he wanted to find his old friend, he had to consider everything carefully. He needed to search slowly. The bright moon hung high in the sky. The wild grass on the prairie was taller than a human. It was a barren area. Under the moonlight, a lone wolf howled at the moon, echoing far away. Yi Fan's group of 3 walked through the vast prairie. They visited many ancient sects and learned many local customs. Dong! An explosion reverberated under the moonlight. It was like the ringing of a giant bell. Wild grass was everywhere. There was no sign of human habitation for hundreds of thousands of miles. This area was even more desolate. The grass was as tall as 2 to 3 meters. How could such a sound come from there? Yi Fan's group dashed forward. After more than 100 miles, they saw a majestic, ancient temple in front of them. It was covered in a holy halo. It was a mysterious scene. Under the moonlight, the vast prairie was endless and desolate. Only the howling of the wolf could be heard. It was strange to see such a holy temple. Western Deserts Buddhism had come to the northern plains many years ago to spread their teachings. Is this a holy temple that they had left behind? According to legends, one of the top 10 disciples of Amitabha had come to the northern plains to spread his teachings. Yi Fan was surprised. The ancient temple was majestic and sacred. Although it was night, it was covered in a golden halo. The long, resonant bell came from the temple. When they pushed open the ancient temple door and entered the courtyard, they immediately felt a majestic and solemn atmosphere. There was the power of Buddhism surging. Suddenly, Yi Fan was stunned. The moment he stepped into the temple, he was petrified. He saw a familiar figure, a peerless beauty. Esteemed guest has come from afar. This servant is in Miaowi. I play the zither under the moonlight. A peerless beauty was sitting in the temple. Her smile could topple cities, and her smile could topple countries. Miaowi! Yi Fan cried out involuntarily. You recognize me, but I don't recognize you anymore. That means, you are the person I have been waiting for. This beautiful woman in snow-white clothes smiled brilliantly, but it made Yi Fan's heart tremble. It was hard to understand what he was feeling. You don't recognize me? He asked. I don't recognize you anymore. This woman's smile made Yi Fan's heart tremble. Chapter 777. Under the cold moonlight, the vast earth was completely desolate. Only the lone wolf was sorrowful, whimpering in the desolate grassland. In this kind of environment, a majestic ancient temple stood. It was dyed in golden radiance, sacred and dignified, vast and righteous. It was indescribably mysterious. Within the main hall, a green lamp accompanied an ancient Buddha, and Miaowi sat cross-legged on a praying mat. Her jade-like face always had a smile on it. Her slender jade-like fingers nimbly plucked the strings of the zither, producing mysterious notes that rang out. Why don't you recognize me? Yi Fan walked forward, his steps light and slow. At this moment, he no longer had the sharpness he had when he swept through the ancient family. Dang! A bell rang out from the depths of the temple. The sound traveled for hundreds of miles, causing the entire grassland to tremble. Yi Fan stopped, resisting this sound wave. At this moment, a Buddhist light appeared behind Miaowi's head, making her white clothes seem even cleaner. At this moment, she looked like a bodhisattva, holy and lofty. Her fine black hair fluttered in the wind, each strand sparkling. A divine ring protected her body, making her look even more dignified. Although she was smiling brilliantly, it made others feel that her heart was far away. Miaowi, why don't you recognize me? Yi Fan softly asked. It's been more than 10 years since we last met. Yesterday is like water that can't be left behind. Flowers will bloom once more, and geese will return once more. If I look back, will I still be the same? There was a layer of mist in Miaowi's eyes, but she was still smiling. There was a stunning radiance flowing within her eyes. Yi Fan's heart trembled. During his most difficult time, everyone was waiting to see him become a joke. They all thought that the divine body was fated to be unable to break the curse. Only Miaowi firmly believed that he could succeed. Not only that, she even gambled herself. During that period of time, she was the only one who gambled her entire life. I'm still me. I've never changed. Yi Fan walked forward with large strides. He seriously looked at her, wanting to approach her. However, the bell rang out once more. The divine ring behind Miaowi's head became even more resplendent. Buddhist light shone brightly, making it seem holy and otherworldly. Time cannot be turned back. There's never a path of return. Once we take a step forward, we can only move forward. And Miaoyi smiled. Her gaze was gentle, but it felt even more distant. 12 years ago, Yi Fan left without even turning his head back. He didn't even have the chance to say goodbye to this woman. Thinking back to the past, he couldn't help but be absent-minded. Even if we move forward, the person and the heart remain the same. In the past, when Yi Fan succeeded in breaking the curse, he was injured by the great Tao. He did not have much time left, and there was no hope for his future. He was mocked and ridiculed. A mere successor of the Five Elements Palace dared to speak rudely to him. During that period of time, in order to help him recover, and Miaoyi searched everywhere for elixirs. She even gave him the Buddhist Nirvana scripture, and even performed dual cultivation to heal his injuries. It was impossible for him to forget all of this. Miaoyi, I know you still remember me. Yi Fan slowly walked forward and said softly. During this process, it was rare that Li Tian did not say a single word. Together with Yan Yishi, he stood at the entrance of the hall, silently observing everything. And Miaoyi smiled. Her beauty was dazzling, and there was a type of undying divine splendor blossoming. However, Yi Fan felt that it was becoming more and more out of reach. I have long since forgotten you. These words were very soft, but it caused Yi Fan's heart to tremble. Ever since he came to this world, he was used to seeing life and death, struggling for survival, and cultivating for the sake of becoming stronger. He did not have any personal entanglements, he only felt moved. But now, after hearing these words, he felt a sourness in the depths of his heart. It was as if his heart was suddenly entangled. If you don't know me, why are you still the same? If one looks back, are you still the same? I am talking about myself. Once I take a step forward, there is no turning back. And Miaoyi's voice was very soft. Her delicate fingers plucked the strings of the zither, playing the beautiful melody of nature. Her voice lingered over the vast prairie, and under the cold night sky, it was exceptionally serene. What are you saying? Yi Fan walked forward in large strides, arriving beside her. And Miaoyi smiled. Her black hair hung down, smooth like silk. She exuded an astonishing beauty as she said, "She has waited for you for many years, yet we have never met." Who is she? Yi Fan asked with a trembling voice. You know who she is. And Miaoyi's expression was gentle, and her voice became even softer. Her eyes were filled with tears. She is you, Yi Fan said. Wrong. She was me in the past, but now, I am no longer her. And Miaoyi smiled, but her tears were about to fall. Why do you say that? Yi Fan's heart trembled. And Miaoyi flung her black hair, causing it to dance in the air. Her face was filled with a holy light. She was laughing loudly, but her tears fell down and were hidden in her hair. Because that she is no longer here. Now, there is only me, and I no longer know you. At this moment, her voice turned cold. Miaoyi. Yi Fan walked forward, wanting to grab her arm and approach her. However, and Miaoyi gently plucked the strings of the zither, and a great bell rang from the depths of the temple. Buddhist light blazed behind her, and one could vaguely see the benevolence of a great Buddha. Yi Fan couldn't get close. If he wanted to get close, he could only use force. A domain blocked his path. I waited here for you only to see her one last time and fulfill her final wish. The Buddhist light behind in Miaoyi was boundless, solemn and inviolable. There was no trace of that momentary gentleness. What you and her? There is only one Miaoyi in this world. No matter who she is, no matter what, I will find her and change her back. Yi Fan's voice was sonorous, and his steps were firm. He opened up the golden sacred domain and strode forward. Could it be that you want to attack me? And Miaoyi asked calmly. There is only one Miaoyi in this world. In order to bring her back, I'm sorry, but I have to offend you. Yi Fan was very domineering. He raised his hand and pointed forward. Bang! Buddhist light flickered as Miaoyi blocked this attack. She then retreated as light as a feather, and like a female bodhisattva, she sat cross-legged on a lotus platform with a dignified appearance. Dun! The great bell rumbled like a Buddhist chant, shaking the heaven and earth. It was as if a basin of clear water had been poured over one's head. Bang! Bang! The two exchanged blows in the hall, their speed faster than lightning. Secret techniques and Tao methods surged together, attacking in all directions. The golden sacred domain was resplendent, and the Buddhist light was also boundless. They continuously clashed. Even though it wasn't a life-and-death battle, only a small-scale confrontation, it was still remarkable. There were many areas that made one sigh in admiration. It was extremely extraordinary. Chi! A streak of multicolored light tore through the sky. They flew out of the temple and fought on the desolate prairie, leaving behind streak after streak of brilliant splendor in the night sky. Ye brat, do you need us to take action and blast her down with that holy weapon? Li Tian cried out strangely. You're still joking even now. Let them fight, don't randomly get involved. Yan Yishi glared at him. I knew a long time ago that no one would die if they fought like this. Yi brat is reluctant. Li Tian mumbled. Yi Fan fought a great battle against an Miaowi. The two fought from the sky to the ground, and then into a large lake. He couldn't be too heavy-handed, but he was still extremely shocked. This was the first time Yi Fan saw an Miaowi take action. In the past, he had never seen her display her cultivation, yet she was so powerful that even he was stunned. 4 hours passed. Yi Fan frowned, displaying his terrifying strength. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to subdue this enchanting beauty. This woman is too powerful. Damn it, she has touched upon the threshold of the 3// Tao. If Yi brat is the slightest bit careless, he might be injured by her. Li Tian's expression was grave. Indeed terrifying, to actually have this level of cultivation. She is an extraordinary woman. Yan Yishi nodded. Bang! Bang! Another 2 hours passed. Yi Fan continuously unleashed heavy blows. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist suppressed everything, the battle saint technique deduced the taiji, and the golden sacred domain descended, capturing an Miaowi alive, imprisoning her within an expanse of golden light. This was a beautiful body. Black hair hung down, her swan-like neck snow-white and exquisite. Her face was dreamlike and illusory, full of spirituality. Miaowi, what's wrong with you exactly? Yi Fan sent out his powerful divine sense, gushing into her immortal foundation, wanting to get to the bottom of this. A new battle began. This was a battle of divine sense. And Miaowi's body glowed with Buddhic light. Her divine sense was like that of a female bodhisattva, incomparably powerful. This was a collision of Taos. Auspicious qi descended from the heavens, auspicious light gushed forth from the earth, lotus flowers filled the air, the feeling of gods, the 5 notes of Taoism, the wondrous words of Buddhism, all of them rumbled. This was a resplendent little world. The battle between the two of them interweaved into one scene after another. Bang! Finally, Yi Fan descended from the sky. At the instant when he didn't injure an Miaowi, he used his own primordial spirit to suppress her divine sense. A light laughter drifted over. A familiar and moving voice containing magnetism rang out, incomparably gentle. Little man, you have returned. You are truly getting more and more powerful. Miaowi. Yi Fan released her and quietly stared at this young woman with misty starry eyes. Compared to earlier, she was even more breathtaking. There was an additional gentleness to her as their hearts grew closer. Who would have thought that we would still be able to meet again? Seems like my obsession is very deep and I have such great strength that she has no choice but to compromise. And Miaowi's smile was very sweet, her eyes were intoxicating, a smile that could topple cities. What are you talking about? Who is she? Yi Fan stared at her in a daze. She is me. A me who severed you, severed a part of me. And Miaowi smiled. Her words sounded awkward but Yi Fan instantly understood. 3 immortal slashes. You actually chose to sever everything related to me. Wrong, you chose to sever a part of yourself, erasing everything related to me. You have already left this world, not even turning your head back. Do you want me to wallow in my memories? And Miaowi's smile was extremely moving, but there was also a trace of self-pity in it. Yi Fan felt bitter in his heart. This was a young woman who appeared extremely charming but her heart was sometimes filled with arrogance and might even be a little unyielding. He could still clearly remember an Miaowi's resolute words in the past. If my life is in chaos, I will fall into depravity in the mortal world. If there comes a day when I become an emperor, I will definitely kill everyone related to me, cleansing my life of glory and humiliation. He stared fixedly at this young woman and didn't speak for a long time. Only when a gust of wind blew did he wake up. You've touched upon the third stage of the 3 immortal slashes? There's no need to be shocked. Many people are stuck here, unable to step past it. Many people have to use their entire lives to sever their das. As she spoke until here, and Miaowie laughed. This little man is still the most awesome, catching up step by step and catching up to me. Over 10 years have passed, and although Wang Teng has become even more terrifying, he is still stuck outside the door of the 3 immortal slashes. He has no way to fight against you, a character on the 8th minor step of the 2nd layer of Immortal Foundation. The 3rd stage of the 3 immortal slashes, severing the path of a cultivator. There would be no more paths to seek. Many people struggled their entire lives but were unable to advance an inch. At this stage, there wasn't much difference between cultivating for 10 years and 1,000 years. If one could comprehend it, if one had great willpower, they might be able to break through in a single day. But if one didn't understand it, they would be stuck here for the rest of their lives. The 3rd stage of the 3 immortal slashes, severing the path of a cultivator. The 3rd stage of the 3 immortal slashes, severing the path of a cultivator. Humans could also sever their daos, severing the thoughts in their hearts, severing everything, severing their own daos. To sever one's Dao, you actually made such a choice. Yi Fan stared at that flawless countenance. And Miaowie had a radiant smile on her face. She came before him and spoke. If I fail, everything will turn to smoke. If I succeed, 10 years or 100 years later, I will step into the 3rd stage of the 3 immortal slashes and everything will return to me. Yi Fan stretched his hand out, caressing her jade-like face as he spoke in a light voice. How can you disappear with the wind, turning to smoke? I promised you before that I would be your Dao protector and would definitely help you succeed. At the very least, you would become a female sage. Oi. There are still 2 living humans below. Oh right, there's also a child. Don't be so overboard, okay? Li Tian released Little Tong. The moment Little Tong appeared, he bawled. Lecherous uncle, go and let others step on dog shit. I don't want to learn cultivation from you. I don't want to step on you. Damn, this child is so unlikable. Master. Tong Tong cried loudly when he saw Yi Fan pulling in Miaowie away. Forget it. Don't shout anymore. We can't spoil the mood and follow them at this moment. Li Tian patted his head. Chapter 778. The night moon was cold and the land was vast and empty. Only when the wind blew past would there be rustling sounds. Under the dim light of the night, one couldn't see too clearly. The grassland rose and fell like the sea, extending to the ends of the earth. In this cold night, in this vast and desolate land, 2 figures walked side by side, like a pair of exiled immortals, strolling under the moonlight on the endless grassland. There was no sign of human habitation for hundreds of thousands of miles. Occasionally, a lone wolf could be seen howling at the moon, swallowing the essence of the moon and refining the demonic core. There was nothing else. Yi Fan and Miaowie didn't speak. They floated in the air, feeling a kind of emptiness and gentleness. No longer distant, no longer cold, no longer pushing people thousands of miles away. Right now, there was a hazy light connecting them, as if they had become one. I want to go to the western desert again. After a long time, Miaowie softly said. Her black hair draped over her shoulders, making her jade-like cheeks seem even fairer and more sparkling. Why? Isn't it good to stay? Yi Fan asked. My Dao is in the western desert. I have to walk my own path. To reach perfection, I have to personally experience it. And Miaowie was graceful and elegant. Under the cold moonlight, she seemed to be riding the wind and returning to the heavens. How can I be at ease if you go all the way to the west? I said I would protect you. How can I let you go alone? Yi Fan calmly looked at her. I have to walk my own Dao. If I need your help even for the 3 slashes of the immortal Dao, then what qualifications do I have to step onto the long path of cultivation? I am not a burden. At this point, Miaowie chuckled, and the entire serene night was lit up for a moment. She exuded an astonishing beauty, and her graceful body was flowing with a layer of holy radiance. She said, wait until your divine physique is complete, or even complete, then you can be my Dao protector. Yi Fan stared at her in a daze, not knowing what to say. This was a woman that could move one's heart. She was very stunning. There were many things that didn't need to be said to be understood. The path of cultivation is full of unpredictability, especially at the 3 slashes of the immortal Tao. Even the most stunning person could encounter an accident. In the past, some of the human race's great sage even narrowly escaped death, making it through with great difficulty, almost killing himself. Yi Fan said. This trial was filled with variables, and it was extremely complicated. The Tao trial one had to clear was extremely difficult, and the stakes were too great. It was rumored that even an ancient great emperor almost died at this trial when he was young. Different experiences, different encounters, and so would severing one's Tao. Innate talents and talents might not be of help, and might even become hindrances. Little man, are you worried about me? And Miaowie smiled sweetly. Her eyes flickered with the light of wisdom as she said, in the end, you have to pass this trial yourself. As it concerns your future, you can only rely on yourself to experience it. When Yi Fan saw how persistent she was, he was shocked. Although it was not absolute, some amazing people might encounter more resistance. You should stay. I won't make a move unless it's a critical moment. And Miaowie shook her head and said firmly, my Tao fruit is in the western desert. I can only go there. You don't need to worry. Yi Fan wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. This trial of Immortal 3 was truly special. In the ancient times, there were a few heaven-defying geniuses who were said to be on the same level as the young great emperors of the past, and some even surpassed them. However, they all fell at this trial, and their deaths were engraved in the history books. Sometimes, people would wonder if there would be a few more great emperors if they could pass this trial. However, there were no ifs. Once they failed, no matter how amazing they were in the past, it would all turn to dust. The two of them no longer spoke and fell silent. They walked on the desolate prairie, their clothes fluttering in the wind, like a celestial couple. Do you believe in the afterlife? After an unknown period of time, and Miaowie suddenly asked. Why do you ask? Yi Fan looked at her. Buddhism speaks of suffering in this life to cultivate the afterlife, and Miaowie said. Who can say for sure about the afterlife? Have you seen the reincarnation of an ancient great emperor before? Even such a person never appeared again. How can you believe it? How do you know that the ancient great emperor didn't prove his path in that life because of the past? And Miaowie smiled and said, aren't you a dual cultivator of Buddhism and Taoism? Buddhism speaks of the afterlife, and Taoism focuses on the present. Don't think too much about it. Yi Fan's expression was solemn. You should know that there are gods in the Holy Ji Palace. They all say that the past me is chanting for the present, illuminating the present. I feel like I have comprehended the past me, so I believe in the future me a little, and Miaowie smiled and said. There were 5 major secret realms in the human body, and when any secret realm was cultivated to the extreme, it would have the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth. Many ancient sages specialized in one secret realm. The Holy Ji Palace was the second major secret realm of the human body. Yi Fan had also been lost here before. He once heard the past me chanting for the present, and some people said that it was the Tao self, comprehending the rules of heaven and earth. Don't think too much about it. Yi Fan said to her. The woman before him made him feel a little ethereal, afraid that once she left, he would never see her again. Unknowingly, they came before a huge mountain. There were very few mountains on the grassland, and it was a flat stretch of land. But when they did see one, they were all towering. On the cliffs, there was the fragrance of orchids, flowers blooming, and dragon grass swaying in the wind, filling the air with a sweet fragrance. Look at those flowers. When the autumn wind comes, they all return to their roots and become mud. But after the spring rain, when the flowers bloom again, people might be like this, and Miaowie said softly. What's wrong with you? Did you sense something? Yi Fan suddenly turned around and stared at her. And Miaowie's black hair danced in the wind, her skin sparkling and translucent. Her forehead was white, and her eyes were spirited. Her figure was slender and graceful, and she was like a goddess, bright and breathtaking. At this moment, she was clearly standing in front of him, but she seemed very far away. Her voice was ethereal as she said, If I really die, you can just treat it as watching a beautiful rain of flowers bloom and then wither. Why do you say that? Yi Fan grabbed her fragrant shoulder. Don't worry. Maybe after 10 lives, 100 lives, I will reappear. Just like a withered flower, there is still a day when it will bloom again. One day, it will still be beautiful in this world. The prerequisite is that you can prove your Tao. Only then can you wait for that day. Maybe you will see a familiar flower blooming again. And Meowie's smile was very brilliant, but it made people feel sad. What are you talking about? Don't think about these things. What afterlife? What past? As long as I am unrivaled in this world, all karma, all Buddhist teachings, I will destroy them all. Yi Fan said. Little men are so domineering. I also hope that you are unrivaled in this world. What entanglement, what fate with Buddha, what chaotic results, I will destroy all of them with one strike and completely crush them. And Meowie smiled. She was like a blossoming immortal flower, and it was precisely when she was beautiful and moving. The two of them climbed the mountain step by step. They didn't speak for a long time as they slowly climbed up. They didn't use magic power to advance, and they were like mortals ascending the mountain. Little man, you don't need to worry about me. Just treat it as me talking nonsense. And Meowie's laughter echoed through the mountains, pleasing to the ears. Why did you choose this path? Yi Fan asked. There are millions of Daos, but for everyone, there are only two, right and wrong. And Meowie calmly replied. Is there a bodhisattva or Buddha guiding you on the path ahead? Yi Fan asked. He then looked towards the western desert and said, all right then. When I am unrivaled in this world, I will go there and shatter all karma with my fists. I will ascend Mount Meru and take a look. Let's not talk about these things. The future is too far away. Instead of focusing on the present, it is better to focus on the past. And Meowie's smile was extremely moving. Her eyes were like two pools of water, so gentle that they could melt refined steel. They ascended the mountain. Mist pervaded the air in front of them. It was actually a hot spring, gurgling and flowing, forming a pool in front of them. It was like a celestial lake, dense steam rising. Not far away, wild flowers bloomed brilliantly, blooming everywhere. They were of all colors, beautiful purples and beautiful reds, exceptionally colorful and fragrant. It made one feel refreshed, as if they had ascended to a celestial realm. And Meowie stood at the peak of the mountain. With a turn, she began to dance in an agile manner. She was like a goddess of the moon dancing, graceful and graceful. Her black hair was beautiful, her appearance shocking. Her large eyes were intelligent, her skin was like cream, and her neck was as white as a swan's. She was like a fairy under the moonlight, so beautiful that it was suffocating. Her curves were graceful, her white dress unable to conceal her full twin peaks. Her slender waist was small, and her slender and straight jade-like legs were slender. As she danced, she carried with her a type of beauty that could bring disaster to the world. Her figure was extremely beautiful. When she was agile, she was like a goddess from the 9 heavens, untainted by the smoke and fire of the mortal world. When she was tender and beautiful, a single glance and a smile from her would cause all living things to go crazy. This ancient calamity-level woman was breathtaking. She was so beautiful that not a single flaw could be found, making one suspect that she was the most perfect masterpiece of the heavens. She danced under the moonlight, and then sang. Her wonderful voice lingered in the ears, and her charm was boundless, making one feel intoxicated. Little man, I'm leaving. Lightly landing on the ground, and Meowie turned around and was about to ride the wind to leave. She said, she's coming back, I don't have much time left. Yi Fan pulled her back. He didn't say anything, only watching her. And Meowie immediately began to chuckle. Her eyes were bewitching, moving people's hearts. With a turn, the two of them were stuck together. Under the moonlight, beside the hot spring that was filled with water vapor, their snow-white clothes were like flowers, fluttering in the wind. This was a pure white and lustrous body, flickering with a sparkling luster under the moonlight. Every inch of it was flowing with radiance, looking extremely holy. However, when Meowie smiled, it could be said to be a smile that could topple a city, indescribably moving. Her appearance that could cause all living things to go crazy clashed with her holiness, very contradictory. She was as pure as a goddess, yet also had the charm of falling into the mortal world. Her pure white jade-like body was like a water snake, twisting nimbly, causing one's blood to surge. The two of them merged together. Under the moonlight, they were like a pair of celestial companions. The water vapor in the hot spring was hazy, and a pair of figures could be vaguely seen. This was a paradise. Sparkling petals fluttered in the wind, submerging the entire hot spring, turning this place into a land of spiritual desire. A gentle breeze blew past, and when the mist dispersed, A snow-white body like ivory and a strong physique that flickered with a precious bronze splendor could be seen entangled. The silver moon moved to the west. After an unknown amount of time, the hot spring became quiet. The two bodies were side by side, looking up at the starry sky, not saying anything for a long time. Another hour passed. And Miaoi's entire body was sparkling and sparkling, pure and flawless. She nimbly turned around and flew into the air. A snow-white dress fell down, covering her wonderful jade-like body. Yi Fan also stood up and looked at her quietly, feeling that they were very far apart. A sparkling and translucent flower bud floated down and landed on Miaoi's slender jade-like fingers, making her seem even more ethereal and otherworldly, noble, yet faintly discernible and distant. Flowers will bloom again, and people will return. When you look back, your heart will remain the same. Even if the flower wilts, after 10 lifetimes, or 100 lifetimes, we will still meet again. If you want to prove your Tao, use your heart to look at that flower that seems familiar. And Miaoi smiled amidst the rain of flowers, carefree and natural. She left just like that, but it caused Yi Fan's heart to tremble. That magnificent silhouette was forever imprinted in his heart. And Miaoi, who was far away, was like a smiling deity. That smile of hers, that touching moment, became an eternal picture. Chapter 779. The silver moon slanted to the west and the mountain wind blew. The fragrance of orchids wafted through the air as the beauty left, leaving behind a beautiful silhouette as she disappeared into the horizon. A smile on a flower, a meeting after 10 lifetimes, 100 lifetimes. When Buddha spoke of fate, was it the moment of looking back or the endless distance? Eternity, or an instant? I am undefeatable in this world. What karma, what entanglement, what karma, I will destroy all of it. Yi Fan did not believe in the afterlife and only believed in this life. This was not only the difference between Tao and Buddha, but also his own belief. All of this can be broken through. I have the power to fight the heavens. I have the heaven-defying merit. Nothing will be a problem. Although he said this, his heart still palpitated for a moment. In this world, there were many things and people that could not be solved with power. My master is in the present. Why should I fear the future? In the end, he made up his mind. Fearless, he looked into the distance as if he could see through the sky. In the east, the first rays of the morning sun appeared, cutting through the mist and shining on the prairie. The mist stirred and the whole prairie was covered in a layer of water vapor that shone with all kinds of colors under the sunlight. Dong! The bell rang and the grand ancient temple became even more solemn and sacred. It was like an immortal monument standing there quietly, giving off a vast and inviolable sense of solemnity. In the morning sun, the ancient temple was no longer glowing by itself. Instead, it was dyed with a layer of golden light as if there was a great Buddha sitting inside. Yi Fan returned and saw a shocking scene. Yan Yishi, Li Tian, and little Tong Tong were standing in front of the temple, motionless as if they were in a meditative state. Comprehending the Tao, entering the Tao with their divine sense, and entering the ancient temple with their hearts, these were the states the three were in. What surprised Yi Fan was that little Tong Tong was also in a daze. This ancient temple was not ordinary and was left behind by a saint. There were mysterious marks circulating inside, making people feel as if they were in an abyss or a vast ocean, as if they were in another world. The ancient temple of a saint must have been left behind by a disciple of Buddha, Yi Fan said to himself. It was rumored that Amitabha's fifth disciple had once entered northern plains to spread Buddhism and preach in the northern lands. In the end, he died in meditation in the vast grassland, leaving behind an immortal ancient temple that stored supreme Buddhism. Not long after, Li Tianxing turned around and muttered to himself, "How strange. That bodhisattva is so beautiful, but there's no way to get close to her." Yi Fan really wanted to give him a slap. This guy was really too evil. He even wanted to blaspheme the mark of a bodhisattva. Don't use your complicated thoughts to measure my pure and true nature. I'm just reminiscing about the Tao realm just now. Nothing else, Li Tian said. I didn't say anything. Are you confessing? Yi Fan smiled. Li Tian said, Tell me, what did you do last night? Where is she? Why didn't she come back with you? This girl is on par with Yi Qinggu. Boo-hoo. Uncle Pervert. Please let me go. I really hate you. At this moment, little Tong Tong also woke up and bawled. This child is getting more and more unlikable. Even a romantic and elegant person like me is always beaten by him. Li Tian glanced at the little guy. Yan Yishi stood in front of the temple, still not moving. He seemed to be connected to the ancient temple. He was enveloped by the golden morning glow and entered the Tao. Brother Yan seems to have learned something, Yifan said. The owner of this temple was undoubtedly a saint. He did not leave a word and was free and unrestrained. The saint's Tao is of a high temperament. It suits a carefree pervert like my senior brother. Just like how he never touched a single leaf in a field of flowers, they are all the same. Li Tian curled his lips. After a long time, Yan Yishi woke up with a solemn expression. He said that he touched a vague Tao but could not accurately capture it. Junior brother, use your heart to feel it. There is a Tao here that is similar to my sex. You must get it. Are you sure that it is on par with the Tao of human desires? Li Tian was shocked. Yes. Yan Yishi nodded. Yifan came to a sudden realization. And Miaoyi must have attached great importance to this Tao. There was indeed a method they needed. Perhaps it really was a great fortune. This time, they entered the temple side by side. They stopped at every corner and used their hearts to feel it. Yifan was no exception. Dong! An ancient bell rumbled. There was a large bronze bell at the back of the temple. It was ringing without anyone pushing it and was covered in rust. Unfortunately, it is not a saint's weapon. It is just an ordinary bell and not a weapon. That's not right. This bell has been blessed by a saint and contains Buddhist light. Otherwise, it would not have existed in this world for so long. The few of them noticed the abnormality. They carefully pondered and extended their divine senses to feel it. However, they were disappointed in the end and did not obtain anything. This seemed to be an ancient bell that was frequently blessed by a saint and personally struck. There were no divine patterns of laws left behind. There were great Buddhas in every temple. Li Tian and Yan Yishi finally found the source. They stared at the ancient Buddha in the center that had lost its gilding and was only mottled with green rust. Soon, they entered a meditative state and immersed themselves in a kind of lofty Tao realm. They were unable to extricate themselves and soon obtained a flawless Tao art. Yifan did not go anywhere else. He stood in front of the ancient bell and after an unknown period of time, he suddenly punched out. Dong! The bell was deafening. The entire grand ancient temple trembled as if it was about to collapse. Inside the main hall, Yan Yishi and Li Tian were shocked. Little Tong Tong hurriedly covered his ears and hid in the divine light emitted by Li Tian. What is little brat Yi doing? He did not shatter that ancient bell with one punch. It is definitely not an ordinary item. That is a punch of a saint physique. Yan Yishi was shocked. Dong! Yifan punched out again. Golden blood chi soared into the sky. The big bell suddenly burst forth with endless Buddhist light and emitted an even louder sound that traveled thousands of miles. All the grass in the endless grassland was flattened and turned into a green carpet under the sound waves. A few lakes also surged with waves. Break for me! Yifan roared and punched again. The big bell immediately cracked, and Buddhist light soared into the sky, drowning the entire land. Wastrel, this is a treasure of Buddhism. He broke it. Li Tian stomped his feet. Buzz! At this moment, a great Buddha emerged from the cracked bronze bell. It was vivid and lifelike in the golden light. It was solemn and dignified as it sat there cross-legged. Retreat! Yifan shouted and took out his damaged saint weapon, the purple golden hammer. Li Tian and Yan Yishi felt their hair stand on end. They grabbed little Tong Tong and turned to leave, disappearing from the main hall in an instant. Ah! A Zen sound that wasn't very loud but spread throughout the grassland crossed the barrier of time and space, shaking the surroundings. The entire ancient temple was annihilated without a sound. This ancient sound collided with the purple golden hammer in Yifan's hand, producing a crisp crack. In the distance, Li Tian and Yan Yishi were aghast. What was the purple golden hammer? It was a damaged saint weapon. With it, one could run amok under the heavens. But now, a crack appeared from a person's roar. This was like the Arabian Nights. Inconceivable. This is just a brand, but the divine sound he shouted out is so terrifying. It's too terrifying. Yan Yishi and Li Tian felt a chill down their spine. However, after this great Buddha released such a sound wave, its body suddenly became faint and could no longer display its previous might. Yi Fan put away the purple golden hammer and took a step forward. He directly reached for the center of the Buddha's eyebrows, wanting to grab it. Little brat Yi is trying to steal from the Buddha. He doesn't pay his respects but forcefully snatches it. This is really... Even someone as evil as Li Tian couldn't help but be surprised. How? Yi Fan's roar attacked the golden Buddha, causing it to awaken and react. Although he was very domineering, his heart was still excited because he knew he had encountered a heaven-defying opportunity. He had encountered an ancient sound of the 6 words of Buddhism. In the present world, the Ho, Ma, Ni, Pad, Mi, and Ho words were almost lost. Only a few ancient temples in the western desert had one each, and it was difficult to reassemble them. Encountering the Ho sound here was a great opportunity, but the prerequisite was that he could obtain it. Yi Fan had been constantly evolving this sound, and he already had 1/10 of its power. It was incomparably vast and terrifying. Now that he had encountered it, he naturally didn't want to miss it. Break for me! He punched out with the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, which entered the body of the great Buddha. It was not a physical body, but a type of brand. Ho! Next, the endless sound of Ho resounded, and at the same time, there was an indescribable chant. Convert to my Buddha. A boundless divine sound transmitted over, making the distant Li Tian and Xianxia absent-minded. They couldn't help but walk forward, wishing to kowtow and kneel in front of the great Buddha. The 2 of them were like this even though they were so far away, so there was no need to talk about the nearby Yi Fan. His head was drenched in sweat as he fell into the Buddha light imprint. This was a type of soul-ferrying secret technique, invading one's primordial spirit to forcefully convert them to Buddhism. There wasn't much harm, but it was almost like a cleansing of one's will, causing them to completely change. Carry forward the Buddhist Dharma, convert to my sect. A voice that was like a Buddhist chant sounded, so loud that even the deaf could hear, attacking one's soul. The Ho sound rotated, returning to Yi Fan's primordial spirit. At this moment, it was also rumbling, assisting in the ferrying. Yi Fan couldn't help but silently chant the Ho divine sound. This was a type of forceful ferrying. To learn this incantation, one had to enter a Buddhist sect. This type of will force was incomparably terrifying, something left behind by an ancient Buddha. As Yi Fan chanted the Ho sound, an undying great Buddha appeared behind him, towering majestically. In addition, a few more appeared around him. Buddha light shone, wishing for him to kowtow and forever enter a Buddhist sect. What powerful Buddha light, worthy of being left behind by the Amitabha Buddha's 5th disciple. Countless years have passed, yet this imprint is still so terrifying. Yi Fan clenched his teeth, his forehead covered in sweat. However, his mind was still like steel, not wavering in the slightest. Buddha transformation! Yi Fan roared loudly. At this moment, he operated the fighting character art of the 9 secrets, abandoning the Ho divine sound's Buddha light, preserving its power. He used the 9 secrets to evolve it, using the highest secret method of Taoism to transform it into Buddha. There will be a day when I will become unmatched in the present world. Even if the Amitabha Buddha comes, he won't be able to force me. I'll shatter him with a single fist. Yi Fan's black hair danced about chaotically, his eyes like lightning. All of the clothes on his body exploded, revealing a bronze-colored and sturdy body. He was still chanting the Ho sound, but the great Buddha behind him was gradually dissolving. In the end, a new figure appeared. It was him. This pervert learned someone else's supreme divine technique, but in the end, he only worshipped himself and even dissolved the Buddha. Not worshipping the earth, not worshipping the heavens, only believing in one's own body. This is a kind of conviction. But even the great emperor of ancient times, Amitabha Buddha, isn't willing to yield. This is indeed a pervert. Li Tian and Xianxia were muttering like this. In the end, all the Buddha light was cleanly dissolved by Yi Fan, and the great Buddha was completely replaced by his own divine statue, becoming an undying demonic god. In the end, with a loud roar, the cracked ancient bell completely collapsed and turned into fine powder. The Buddha light that filled the sky disappeared, turning into ashes along with the ancient temple. In the world, only he stood alone. The demonic god behind him shone with boundless radiance, merging with him and becoming the sole ruler. He used the fighting character art of the 9 secrets to completely transform the Ho sound, transcending the past and applying it to himself. Walking the path of invincibility was his promise to Miaoui. From today onward, he would crush all obstructions. Saint Physique of the human race, where are you? I've come specifically to kill you, don't disappoint me. In the distant southern mountains, a young and terrifying ancient creature spoke like this. He was of the bloodline of an ancient emperor. Wang Tang, Hua Yunfei, Li Xiaoman, and the divine sons and daughters of the two ancient divine dynasties of assassins were also waiting quietly in the southern mountains for Yifan's return. Chapter 780. The prairie was so vast. Yifan had visited some ancient sects to find Tu Fei, but he couldn't find him. He had left his footprints in the wolf tribe and the snow-white sacred mountain. More than 10 years had passed. Theoretically, Tu Fei should have flown back to the eastern barren territory. However, he didn't find anything. Why? Is he not in the northern plain? Or is he even further away? Has he entered the place where the northern pole immortal light is born? It was a world of ice and snow. There was no land, only glaciers. Everything was white. Legend said that the god's relic was there. Every 100,000 years, a beam of immortal light would fly up. 100,000 years ago, a king realm expert of the Wang family had a beam of immortal light and turned it into their foundation. Unfortunately, his innate endowment was limited. He only had 1 foot in the sage realm. Should they go or not? Yifan thought that Tu Fei was trapped in that world of ice and snow. Otherwise, he would have appeared earlier. Since we have nothing to do, let's go and see. Perhaps we can meet the beam of immortal light that flies up every 100,000 years, urged Li Tian. After he had arrived in this world, he wanted to wander around every day. He hated that he couldn't explore the entire world to learn more about the man-desire Tao. I think many people in the southern mountains are plotting against you. They must have prepared a lot. If we don't follow the rules, they won't know what to do. At the right time, we can kill our way back, said Yan Yishi. He also agreed to go to the North Pole. There were sages who had crossed the sky. Of course, they had studied the secret space techniques and the teleportation formations. They had found many formations in the books that could teleport people a long distance. However, they could only understand the first volume. It was a formation that could teleport people hundreds of thousands of miles. It was hard to cross the big area. It's okay. We have the origin and the Xian Jades. We can carve many divine formations. We can cross the area several hundred times. I'm sure we can get there. Tens of thousands of cavalrymen had trampled the Wang family. Although they had taken some treasures symbolically, it was unimaginable that they had the divine materials to build the teleportation formation in the antiquity time. Swoosh! With a flash of green light, they disappeared from where they were and began the tedious journey. They traveled again and again, allowing them to experience the true meaning of the boundless void and the vastness of heaven and earth. In the end, they set foot on a vast expanse of white snow. There were glaciers everywhere, and it was bone-chilling cold. The air they exhaled immediately turned into ice shards. It was very difficult to see any living creatures here. This was an ice-cold bitter land. Apart from the pure white snow, there was nothing else to be seen. What's that? Not long after they set foot on the ice plains, they saw a huge block of ice. There seemed to be something sealed inside. Yifan lightly shouted, scattering the white snow. The glacier was exposed, and the inside of the ice was clear and transparent. It was a huge finger, several zhang long, dripping with blood. It had been cut off. What race is this? They all revealed strange expressions. According to their estimations, this was at least something from hundreds of thousands of years ago, but this creature was too big. Primordial Titan. Yifan recalled the records in some ancient books. There was a race that lived on this icy plain. They were hundreds of feet tall. Boom, boom! In the distance, an enormous noise sounded. The glacier was collapsing, enormous cracks appearing one after another, extending to where they were. Giant apes, they reach into the clouds. Li Tian cried out in surprise. At the end of the horizon, a huge figure was walking. It was hundreds of feet tall, and on its back was a whale that had been fished out from the frozen sea. It was as if it was carrying a river fish. His entire body was covered in snow-white fur, and every strand was several zhang long. They were densely packed and covered his entire body. Didn't the primordial titan go extinct long ago? How can there still be one? Yifan was astonished. This kind of creature was very rare. They were a special race that naturally knew how to cultivate. They could absorb the essence of the sun and moon and had an advantage over humans. That was because their bodies were too big, and the divine power they gathered every day was unimaginable. In the ancient books, it was recorded that the old leader of the primordial titan had fought a great battle with several human saints. He was invincible, and the heaven and earth were turned upside down. This one is just ordinary. The divine power within it is limited, so there's nothing to fear. Only, I wonder how many of them there are here. The icy plain was not as vast and boundless as the 5 great regions. The group headed straight for the center, and along the way, they saw several enormous ice palaces that reached into the clouds. They were even more majestic than mountains. These were clearly ancient ruins built by the primordial titan. There were immortal divine patterns carved on them that allowed them to stand tall all this time. This race was truly almost extinct. They had only seen 2 primordial titans after passing through most of the region. In the end, they approached the heart of the Arctic. This was a terrifying domain that was impossible to enter. All kinds of multicolored mists pervaded the air, and the radiance was chaotic and brilliant. At the center, there seemed to be a demonic well that was immeasurably deep and boundless. Many disorderly lights revolved around it. What kind of place is this? There's a great whirlpool with a diameter of several hundred li that seems to lead all the way underground. All kinds of multicolored ice shards splashed about. They carried a mysterious power as they blossomed with streaks of dazzling light in the air. Dense mists rose. Could this be the birthplace of the northern immortal light? The group stopped and felt great danger. The whirlpool formed by the disorderly light was boundlessly terrifying, and it was enough to grind a divine lord to pieces. The birthplace of the northern immortal light is truly abnormal. How can we enter? Even great completion kings can't enter its depths. Li Tian was unwilling. There's a person inside, Xianxia said. The ice and snow whirlpool merged with the disorderly light, forming a demonic well that could devour everything. There was a giant creature several dozen li in front of them. It's an old snow ape. No, it's an old giant. His age is terrifyingly high, and his waist is about to bend to the ground. This ancient giant was struggling with great difficulty. He wanted to approach the center of the immortal light, but it was difficult for him to succeed. There were terrifying wounds all over his body. Without a doubt, this ancient giant was extremely powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to take a step into the whirlpool and release terrifying divine fluctuations like a furnace. Yi Fan and the others didn't take the risk. They opened their divine eyes and carefully observed the depths. There was an old woman at the very center. The 3 were shocked and couldn't help but take a few steps back. They looked at each other in shock. At the center, all kinds of lights were flourishing even more intensely. There was also the terrifying great true essence that gushed out like rivers and seas. Ordinary people would immediately turn into powder upon entering. It's her. Yi Fan immediately recognized that this was the old woman from 6,000 years ago. She was someone from the same era as the old madman. There was a golden pyramid above her head. The sun, moon, and stars swirled about, releasing a hazy green energy that curled around her. She disappeared for so many years and actually came here. Yi Fan still clearly remembered that this golden pagoda was dug up from an ancient source mine in the north region. Back then, it startled many great figures, and in the end, it was taken away by the mysterious old woman. The golden pagoda had been buried underground since the archaic years and hadn't decayed even now. It was definitely a divine artifact that had been passed down through the ages. The old woman sat on top of the demonic well. She didn't move at all when facing all types of disorderly light. It was as if she had passed away in a seated posture, but also as if she was guarding something. Unfathomable. This is most likely an ancient saint. At the very least, she already has half a foot in this world. Li Tian said, feeling great reverence inside. Right now she was sitting here, guarding the demonic well. With just a bit of thought, he knew that she was definitely waiting for a strand of immortal light that would only ascend once every 100,000 years. With such a saint here, no one else would have any hope. Judging from the old woman's appearance, it seemed like she had been waiting for many years. There are many disorderly lights in that huge ice cave. There seems to be a lot of corpses, Xianxia said. Let me see. Yi Fan's eyes brightened as he shot out 2 beams of divine lightning that were hundreds of li long. This was the clairvoyant ability. At this moment, It was only at the initial stage. He could only use it for a short moment, but it was enough. Inside the ice cave, there were many colors. Radiance rose like mist, and the coldness was bone-chilling. It was incomparably huge, and there were hundreds of thousands of corpses inside. Most of them had been frozen and were spinning along with the whirlpool. There were all kinds of clothes. Most of them belonged to ancient people who had died tens of thousands of years ago. Ah! Yi Fan was startled. In a special piece of divine ice, there was a young man sealed inside. At first glance, he seemed to be Tu Fei. When he wanted to see more, that piece of divine ice had sunk deep into the ice cave. It didn't float up again. Moreover, the power of the clairvoyant ability had disappeared. Is it really Tu Fei? How did he get trapped in the sealing god ice and get here? Is he dead or alive? Yi Fan was baffled. No, I want to get in there. No matter what, he had to figure it out. Kid Yi, don't take risks. Only saints can enter that place. Even if you have an unparalleled body, you can't take risks, advised Li Tian. Yi Fan had made up his mind. This trip was to find Tu Fei. Now that he had caught a glimpse of him, how could he give up? Boom! Yi Fan felt like he had barged into a terrifying black hole. All sorts of destructive energy surged towards him. Even with his powerful body, he still felt extreme pain. However, he didn't stop. He continued to move forward step by step, leaving many marks in the air. He crossed the red clouds and approached the land of death. What a monster! His saint physique is even more frightening than the king warriors at the top level. He has surpassed that ancient giant. He's about 70 to 80 miles inside. After 100 miles, Yi Fan couldn't endure anymore. His body was bleeding. Even his peerless body couldn't resist the world-grinding power. Stop before the saints. There was a stone stele that spun about, a few ancient characters clearly engraved on it. It was a ghastly sight. Yi Fan could sense that there was an even more terrifying aura spreading ahead, as if it could shatter the heavens. At this moment, even if he took out the purple gold hammer, he couldn't stop it. He couldn't move forward even an inch. He suspected that if he took a step forward, he would be smashed into meat paste. Brother Yi, stop. The path you've taken has surpassed the king warriors at the top level. Don't take risks. Yan Ishi sent him a message. Yi Fan frowned and looked forward. He had no way to get there. Only the warriors who had 1 foot in the saint realm could get there. Precursor. Do you remember me? We've met twice, shouted Yi Fan. However, the old woman deep inside the vortex didn't have any reaction. It seemed like she had passed away dozens of years ago. Yi Fan was shaken. Before the saints became the Great Path, it was always like this. Was she going to fall here? Today, the ancestors of the 10,000 immemorial tribes are about to come out. Crazy Oldie died in outer space. His blood dyed the sky. Only you of the human clan can turn the tide, shouted Yi Fan one more time. However, the old woman didn't have any reaction. She was as still as a rock, as if her vitality had been extinguished. Chapter 781. Did she really die while waiting for the northern celestial light? Yi Fan was shaken. When he used his clairvoyant eye, he saw the old woman's body surrounded by complicated patterns of the Great Path. She was about to melt in the air. This was the sign of an ancient saint transforming into the Great Path. Is she really going to transform into the Great Path? Yi Fan couldn't help but look up at the sky and sigh. Another human saint was about to leave this world. Who else in this world could resist the immemorial ancestor king? No matter how many times he called or how many messages he sent, the old woman didn't respond. She was motionless like a stone statue, cold and without any aura. Only the black pagoda above her head hovered in the air, sending down flows of green energy that resonated with the patterns of the Great Path. Why is it like this? She's going to quietly die here. Yi Fan sighed. The saint was nameless and didn't appear in the world. Even her death was silent. Yi Fan thought that she was waiting for the northern celestial light to appear. But she couldn't get it. Otherwise, she wouldn't be like this. He tried his best to step forward and enter the area that only saints could enter. But in the blink of an eye, he saw his feet cracking. Even though he had a saint physique and his flesh was much stronger than any other physique, he still couldn't compare with a saint. The difference was like the sky and the earth. If ordinary cultivators were mortals, then saints were immortals. Crack. Even though he took out the purple lightning hammer, it was useless. The cracks on it were making noises. If it continued like this, if he forced his way deeper, it would definitely break. Even if he had a real saint weapon, it wouldn't work. This place required the power of a saint. A weapon alone couldn't solve the problem. This place didn't only involve the Great Path but also the spiritual pressure and the test of the origin. That was why there was a stone tablet here that said no saints could enter. Senior, if you know something and can still help, please save that young man sealed in the divine ice and help him break free. Yi Fan said. He couldn't move forward anymore. Eventually, he had to step out of the terrifying whirlpool. All kinds of chaotic lights slashed on his body, creating clanking sounds. Not long ago, he had caught a glimpse of two fae. However, he couldn't get in. In this world, not only the Eastern Baron had the 7 great forbidden areas, but other places also had terrifying secret areas that humans couldn't enter. A sage has died. Yi Fan's heart was heavy. In the present age, there was no longer a saint to protect her. Old Madman had died in battle in the Outer Realms, and this old woman had also transformed into the Tao, vanishing from this world. In the Western Desert, there was a victorious fighting Buddha on Mount Meru. It was rumored that his abilities were exceedingly high. However, when Yi Fan returned, he heard that he too had passed away after undergoing nirvana. When the ancestral kings of the various races of the primordial era appeared, who could stop them? Yi Fan did not know that after he left the terrifying multicolored vortex, he felt a pressure greater than the heavens. This was a great world that made people despair. The human race actually didn't have a single saint who could intimidate the world in this world. Those who died in meditation, and those who fell had all withered away. Moreover, even if the victorious fighting Buddha of the Western Desert was still alive, it was hard to say whether he was human or not. The barbarian war god seemed unharmed, but Yi Fan had learned some secrets from the old barbarian king. This was an ancient saint who had almost transformed into the Tao. Coincidentally, he obtained the divine origin liquid and sealed his body. He was in a state of immortality and couldn't truly walk out. Otherwise, who would choose to seal themselves when they were at the peak of their power? All saints were people with great perseverance. Their hearts were as firm as steel, and they would never retreat. Proving the Tao was their only choice. Turning oneself into a foundation was a last resort. It was the most helpless choice. As long as the divine origin liquid was shattered, he wouldn't be able to live for long in this world. Yi Fan, Li Tian, and Yan Yishi all sighed. They didn't expect to see a saint about to transform into the Tao in a place where a strand of immortal light was born every 100,000 years. At this moment, a massive pressure fell on them, making them gloomy. This great world was really dangerous. There wasn't a great sage of the human clan who was still standing. In fact, if the immemorial tribe had appeared several thousand years later, everything would have been different. It's a great era with many kings and different physiques. If those people could grow up, they would be really intimidating. The cold wind howled and snowflakes fluttered. This was a vast white world with a biting cold. Tu Fei, I hope that one day, I can see you get rid of your confinement and fight your way out. Yi Fan turned around. Shi Yan didn't know how many years it would be when they met again. Things were still the same, but people were different. Wild grass withered and flourished. Many heroes had died of old age. Dust to dust, dust to dust. Big rivers changed their routes. Giant lakes dried up. The world changed. Time passed. The chosen ones of the human clan would grow old one day. If one day, all of his old friends and enemies in this world were old and buried in the soil, and only he was still alive, even if he could shock the past, present, and future, it would be a kind of sorrow. In this vast world, no one would know him anymore. Yi Fan smiled. In just a blink of an eye, he thought it was too far away. It wasn't real. However, why did he feel so frightened? The saint physique could live for at least 10,000 years. Could it be that he could only sigh and reminisce when he was old? His friends and lovers should have been buried in the soil for many years. If he didn't have any old friends in this world, and his enemies were all dead, it would be terrible if he didn't have anyone who was at the same age as him. If the entire world was his enemy, it could become another situation. The entire world would be silent. Perhaps the great ancient emperors had experienced this kind of sorrow. It was much more terrible than having enemies everywhere. The southern ridge had so many mountains and valleys with great veins everywhere. Half a month had already passed. Yi Fan and the others returned, but they didn't go to the barbarian tribe. They were very quiet and kept a low profile. Yi Fan knew that once he appeared, there would most likely be a great battle. Who knew how many pairs of eyes were watching him? Even if he flattened an ancient family, there would still be a few vicious people who wanted to eliminate him. Of course, he also wanted to kill those people. Some grudges couldn't be dissolved and needed to be completely settled. Yi Fan didn't know that there were old friends waiting for him in the barbarian tribe. He came to the Vermilion Bird City because he heard that Tian had come. The Bright Moon Palace was an extremely mysterious heavenly palace. It was hidden in the sky above the Vermilion Bird City, and only the most powerful of a region could enter. Those who could come here all had great backgrounds. There was a peaceful and pure land for sect master level figures to gather and talk about the Tao. There was also a romantic place where peerless beauties of the southern ridge could perform, but they definitely wouldn't stay the night. Apart from this, there was also an ancient cave that was left behind by an ancient sage. It was moved here to allow those who came later to comprehend the Tao and attract living fossils. The Bright Moon Pavilion was located in the sky above the southern ridge Vermilion Bird City. From the outside, it looked like a heavenly palace, but after entering, it was a completely different world. There was a small world here that had a circumference of 100 li. It had existed for many tens of thousands of years. In one of the gardens, the forest was deep and serene. It was close to a small river, and the sound of a zither could be heard. The melody was soothing at first, and then it became more and more intense. Layer by layer, it created a scene of 100 ships vying for the current and a dragon leaping through the vast ocean. In front of the zither was a bright and beautiful young lady. She wore light muslin, and her black hair was like the clouds. Her fingers were nimble, and divine splendor surrounded her body. She was extremely beautiful. The Southern Ridge's goddess Wu lives up to her reputation. Her melody can move the 9 heavens, and it is very fitting. The current world is full of dragons and tigers. It is a great world where all kinds of physiques appear. Many people want to leap up and turn into a true dragon to soar through the 9 heavens. A man sighed. Wu Fei was one of the 4 great goddesses of the Southern Ridge. Not only was she beautiful, but she had also entered the Tao through music. She had amazing attainments. Chen Yuan, Lu Yunjia, Kong Ling Dao, and Xie Siyuan were the young experts of the Southern Ridge. Although they were not as powerful as the Southern Demon, they had great backgrounds. Some were divine sons, some were direct descendants of ancient demons, and some had even inherited orthodoxies and officially become extremely respected young sect masters. However, they were not the main characters at the moment. They were accompanying the young master of the Valley of Divinities and inviting Tiandu to a grand banquet. This garden was very quiet with a small river running through it. Pavilions and terraces dotted the forest, and the fragrance of grass mixed with the smell of the earth. There was a feeling of returning to nature and returning to simplicity. Not only did Chen Yuan, Lu Yunjia, Kong Linghua, and Xie Siyuan invite Wu Fei, one of the 4 heavenly ladies of the Southern Mountains, but they also invited a few other pearls of the Southern Mountains. Everyone gathered together and talked about the past and present. The experts of the ancient race had obviously come out because they wanted to be on good terms with the Valley of Divinities. The pearls of the Southern Ridge usually had their eyes on the top of their heads. They had always ignored the pursuit and flattery of their peers. But now they were very different. Their smiles were moving, and each of them was stunning. They were easy to get along with. They would only give face when the talents of the Southern Ridge invited them and put down their status to attend the gathering. Moreover, the distinguished guests today were not ordinary. Brother Z's appearance has attracted the attention of the world. Your cultivation is truly admirable. Please give me some pointers in the future. Chen Yuan was obviously trying to get closer to him. Brother Chen is too kind. There are so many experts in the world today. I'm nothing. Not to mention the other races, just the talents of the human race are enough to shock the world, Tiandu said. Brother Z, you don't have to be so humble. How many people in the world can compete with you? Even the famous Saint Physique can't compare, Kong Linghua said. In today's great world, even though there are many geniuses and hundreds of barges vying for the current, Brother Z is too modest. You should be one of the strongest. One of the pearls of the Southern Ridge smiled. She was extremely charming. Another pearl of the Southern Ridge smiled sweetly. I've heard that the ancient races are about to come out. I've heard that Yuan Gu, Huangshu Dao, the Heavenly Prince, and the divine silkworm Taoist are all famous since ancient times. They have the bloodline of ancient emperors, so they should be peerless experts. They should be the strongest in the world. With these stunning beauties present, the atmosphere was not dull at all. The atmosphere was lively as everyone chatted happily. Those people are unfathomable. They indeed have the bloodline of ancient emperors. Their future achievements are unpredictable, Tiandu said. Yuan Gu, Huangshu Dao, and the others rarely appear in the world. I wonder if they have passed the 3 slashes of the immortal Dao? At this time, one of the 4 heavenly girls, Wu Fei, also spoke. Her voice was sweet like pearls falling on a jade plate. She was bright and moving with divine splendor lingering around her body. She was known as the heavenly girl in the southern ridge and had countless pursuers. Normally, it was almost impossible to invite her, but today was an exception. Beside her, the pearls of the southern ridge were all outstanding beauties. If they weren't the phoenixes of top sex or the princesses of the demon dynasty, they were still a bit inferior. Even though they were unconvinced, they knew the disparity. At this time, even someone like Tiandu, who placed cultivation first, was stunned after seeing Southern Ridge heavenly girl Wu Fei. He paid close attention and said, I'm not sure if they have slashed the immortal Dao, but it shouldn't be a problem against your human race's saint physique. They can be killed. They are so powerful that they can even kill a saint physique that can flatten the northern plains? A pearl of the Southern Ridge was astonished. Of course, they are the descendants of ancient emperors. There are even some descendants of ancient emperors whose bloodline power is unimaginably powerful. Human race's saint physique isn't enough. Xie Yuan, one of the Southern Ridge geniuses, said. Chen Yuan said, Brother Z, please introduce us in the future. If we can invite the descendants of ancient emperors like Yuan Gu and Huangshu Dao to discuss the Dao, it will be a great event. All right, I'm here for the human race's saint physique. If I get rid of him, I'll invite them to the Southern Ridge to meet you after returning to the Eastern Wilderness. At the scene, there were not only the divine sons and sect masters of the demon race, but also the human race geniuses and pearls. They didn't say anything when they heard this. Everyone, don't worry. I'm only an enemy of the human race's saint physique. Now that the 10,000 races have come into the world, I won't fight against the human race. I'll be closer to everyone, Tiandu said. Clang, clang. Long swords rang out, and someone played the sword and sang loudly. They charged into the garden, and the entire forest seemed to be boiling. Killing intent was like the sea, and golden blood energy rushed into the sky. Tiandu, did you come for me? How can I not accompany you? I'll kill you today.